All right, so I think we're live. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's just me and Mr. Jack and Monkey, and we're gonna talk some stuff about whatever comes to mind, politics and movies and whatever. So say hi, Monkey,
Hello.
and hi, Jack.
Hi.
Hi. And before you ask, yes, I'm on my gaming headset because I'm remodeling my office, so I don't have my audio set up. It's all packed away. And
I
so,
was
yeah,
actually I was going to ask you about that because you sound better than you did last time I heard you on this.
I think it's the same one I had when I was on your channel. It's just a USB, not a USB, it's a Bluetooth gaming headset. Um, it's shit, but it's what I have.
Hey, it works.
Yeah. So, whatever. It is what it is, right? Anyway, so yeah, we're talking. You had seen a little of Rogan's Trump thing.
Yeah, got the link to it and I've been watching it for about an hour and nothing groundbreaking except for the one part where he's talking about women in the media who've attacked him because Joe specifically asked him, about like the View and stuff. And
Uh-huh.
he says this. He goes, "Some of these women are so stupid." I'm like, "Oh my god,
Uh,
that's going to be in a campaign ad."
that's gonna be her campaign ad. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like anything. If you've ever watched one of his rallies, it's very much the same. I told you guys before we started this, it's listening to Trump is like my wife telling me a story. She told me one tonight that should have taken about 2 minutes, but it took 15.
Yeah, yeah,
Because when women tell stories, hashtag not all, that you need to know everybody who's ever met the people involved in that story.
right.
And that's how Trump stories are, man. He is all over the place. And the one that I was telling you right before we started, they're talking about tariffs because that's the big thing that the Trump campaign has come out with in the last couple of days, the possibility of no income tax, just tariffs.
Yeah.
And so they're discussing this. And somehow, while still on that same answer, he's talking about Elon's rocket coming back and getting caught. I'm like, how did we get here?
Okay, so what do you think about the tariff stuff?
Oh, God. In a perfect world, it'd be fine. It's not something we can do overnight. The 16th Amendment changed everything. The government just went hog wild spending our money. I
Yeah.
don't think we can make up the amount of money that we need to cover our budget in just tariffs.
Well, that'll be easy when we start shutting down departments.
We do that, and yeah, we can talk. We got to cut a lot of spending to make it
I
work.
just think that's talk, though. I think that's talk. I mean, I'm for it, but that's kind of a libertarian dream, right?
Oh, it's 100% the libertarian dream. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, sure, I'm for that, but that's never gonna happen. What are you talking about?
Yeah, a flat tax would be more realistic. You could probably get something like that through where everybody pays the exact same amount.
Yeah,
I
I mean, what we should have. I mean, this goes all the way back to when we first got income tax. It's so hard to change it now, but looking back at it from now, what we should have is just corporate tax, right? Because
Mhm.
because this is what makes robots and AI so enticing. Because obviously we want to get rid of all the fucking costs for people, and people are more expensive because they're taxed, right? But if we put the tax on companies instead, then they would have more incentive to hire people. It's a nice theory. I mean, it will never happen, but it's a nice theory. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I think the real impact of the tariff thing is not. I don't think you can get rid of taxes. I think you can bring them way down and make them a little more
Yeah, but
palatable.
he's saying get rid of them.
I mean, originally he was just saying to replace some, and yeah, I don't know what libertarian he's been talking to that said no, let's do all of them.
That's
It
what I
is a
heard,
pipe
but
thing.
I don't know.
Joe
Yeah,
asked him about that, and he seems to confirm that yeah, that's his eventual plan. It's what he'd really like to do.
Yeah, yeah. That's just not going to happen because obviously companies would probably split town and go to another country. So there's always that now. You can't just do what you want. If we wanted to reform our tax system completely, companies would just jump to another country, right?
It, you know, yes and no, because we are still the market with the money.
Yeah, but you don't have to be there. Toyota doesn't have to have their headquarters in the U.S.
No,
Right?
no. But they do want to sell Toyotas to U.S. citizens
Yes.
because we have the money. So some can be done there. Can we do it completely again? Probably not, and definitely not in my lifetime. It would take so much change.
Yeah. On the other hand, yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, I think you'd end up with like some tariffs and probably like a national sales tax if his goal is to get rid of income tax.
Right. I'd be for that, but it's never going to happen.
No.
It's a beautiful idea. It's a beautiful libertarian idea that's never going to happen.
Like so many.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what else has happened this week?
Oh, fuck. Most of what I've seen this week is just election stuff, man. Kamala's horrible. She's doing so horribly. Oh, they just announced she's going to be on CBS.
Again? What? Why?
Yeah. Because she thinks that we heard it the other night. She thinks the problem is, she said this to Anderson Cooper.
Mhm.
The problem isn't that her plans are bad or that people aren't just forgiving of the nonsense that they say about Trump or even the real stuff they say about Trump. The problem is people just haven't heard it.
People who never heard that Trump is Hitler before.
Yeah, that is her contention, is that people just haven't heard it, and that's why they're still supporting him.
That's retarded. I mean,
yes, it is. It's 100% retarded.
We've heard this since 2015.
Yes,
that's almost 10 years now. You said this,
and that's why their latest thing, this is supposed to be their October surprise with John Kelly coming out and saying Trump said he wishes he had generals like Hitler. Like, you've made the Hitler comparison so many times that it has no meaning.
Yeah.
How do you not get that?
Well, it's a meme at this point, isn't it?
It really is.
Everyone I don't like is Hitler.
Yes. But she genuinely thinks that the problem is that people just have not heard. It's like, no, we've heard.
Well, we heard her talk. We just don't understand anything she's saying because it's verbal diarrhea.
True. Yeah, and thank you for saying it that way, because it is not word salad. That is diarrhea.
Yeah. Yeah. We've heard this thing so many times before. It's like, come up with something new. I thought your campaign was going to be about positivity. I guess not.
It was joy. Deep
joy. Happy joy.
Well, she's like Stimpy in that way, I guess.
What is that? Is that like Demolition Man?
Ren and Stimpy. Joy. Happy, joy. Wasn't that Ren and Stimpy?
Yeah.
I think it's Demolition Man.
Oh, it might be. It's probably some variation on an old jingle or something that's a little before my time.
Yeah.
I'm young and adorable.
Yeah. Well. So what else has happened this week?
My parents got a cat.
Yeah.
It's really skittish. Like, it finally came out to meet me and immediately looked at me and was like, nope.
That's a weird cat.
Yeah, so we got it high on catnip, and then it was like, I love you, man. And now we're like really good friends.
All right. That's good.
Kitty cats are fickle that way. Did you guys see the controversy brewing over Wicked?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Is this about that poster or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Someone made a fan poster that looked more like the Broadway musical, and the main actress lost her shit.
In such a
Why?
ridiculous way. For those listening along who haven't seen it, the original Wicked poster from Broadway, the witch's hat covers her eyes and she's got a little smirk on. Well, they
Yeah.
make it for the movie, and the actress, you can see her eyes and she's staring straight ahead with the most blank expression. It's either blank or I'm pissed off, but I won't admit it and I can't decide which.
Yeah, it's resting bitch face.
Yeah, and so a fan took the movie poster and made it look like the other one. And this lady loses her shit about how doing so erased her existence.
Oh, it's by erasure.
Like, good.
That's called.
Huh.
No, this is narcissism from Hollywood.
100%.
One of those arrogant starlets that is some mild up and comer, because I've never seen this bitch before. She just wears a nose ring. That's all I know. And she's like, "Oh my god, how dare you take part of my face out?" Ugh. It's all about her ego.
I mean, there's have you seen there's this channel called Midnight's Edge? You
I know of them. I've seen them a few times.
Okay, so they just made a good video about that. And there's this left-wing movie reviewer, and he was like, even he lost his shit over this. He was like, I was so excited about this movie, and but now I can't even talk about it because I'm afraid that the main actor is going to attack me if I say something wrong. I don't care about this movie. I'm not going to talk about this movie anymore. Bye.
It was such a ridiculous overreaction.
It really was. I mean, that the person who made that poster was a huge fan and just wanted to be like, hey, this is cool. Let's just make one that looks like the Broadway show.
Yeah, it's not even that controversial.
No.
That's just crybaby nonsense. Like, get over yourself. You're not that interesting.
Yeah.
And it does alienate the fan. All she had to do was ignore it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, Hollywood is seemingly grooming people that are just arrogant dicks. Look at that crazy Zeliger or whatever chick that's going to be in the Snow White movie.
Oh, Rachel.
Rachel something.
Yeah, sell something.
She can't shut her mouth for more than 10 seconds without putting her foot in it. So that seems to be kind of the theme. I don't understand why these Hollywood companies don't get like a social media clause in their contracts. Like, they absolutely
shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Until this movie is out, you should not log into your fucking social media, or you should only let your agent log in or something. There should be some sort of clause, because these people are nuts and they will destroy movies left, right, and center.
Yeah, they'll destroy good movies. Not that either of these movies look very good. But
at least
but apparently this Wicked one was totally uncontroversial, and everyone liked it and was looking forward to it, and then she just went out there and destroyed it.
Yeah, Rachel Ziegler, at least I can understand hers, because whether rightly or wrongly, she has been attacked for the things she said and being, the brown Snow White.
Mm-hmm.
So taking that kind of personal, I can see. This is literally just, they altered the poster a little bit to make it look like the old poster. There's no controversy there.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah. But now there is. Now there is.
Yeah, Jim, I will not be talking about the Fifth Circuit decision. How dare you bring that shit
up? When I first heard this, I saw the poster and I didn't pay much attention to it, but I thought maybe instead of changing it to look like the Broadway play or the book, somebody had photoshopped in the guy that wears the lampshade in Fat Albert.
Oh, gotcha.
I spent an hour looking for this picture that doesn't exist anywhere except in my head, and I Just like, whatever, this is fucking dumb. What a waste of time. I don't know what's going on here.
I would understand it if they did something. The most that they changed her specifically was for some reason they have her with green lips in the movie, and they did that on the poster, so they gave her the red lips from the poster. That's and gave her a slight smirk. The smirk is important to it.
Yes.
Look, y'all know how much I hate The Wizard of Oz. I probably will not see Wicked because of my hatred of The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, nobody understands your hatred of Wizard of Oz or Black.
What?
I've never heard of this.
It's mostly in black, or
it's like 10 minutes in black and white, or sepia tone, more accurately.
It's still enough in black and white that I fucking hate it and I won't watch it.
Oh, you hate black and white? Okay,
I do. Yes. So
I can get that.
Normally musical theater is I'm there for it and I would love it, and I may even see Wicked. I'm the guy you have to convince to come see it, and you're telling me I am so special that you can't make me look like the thing this is based on.
So you liked the Joker 2?
I haven't seen the Joker 2, and I have a problem with what we call musical. I like musicals with mostly original music. I loved Hamilton. Hamilton is fucking awesome.
I can't stand musicals, by the way.
I understand people who don't. I didn't used to like them, but they've grown on me as I've gotten older. Apparently, you get gayer as you get older.
Well, you do.
Yeah, the things I got married. That's what happened.
Yeah.
My wife turned me gay. Nothing will turn you off women like living with one. I'm just saying. None of the guys.
So now you're gay.
Partially, just in my my musical tastes.
The issue has been largely contained to his hair. What?
I apparently have a Streamlabs. Do you mind if I do this, Undoomed?
No. Go ahead. If you get Streamlabs, just read them out.
Thank you, Shio. Kamala Harris promises, if elected, that she will get tough on illegal immigrants. They will be downgraded right from 5-star hotels to 4-star ones. Sometimes you have to make the tough decisions.
That's true. That's true. They got to go to 4 stars. Got to do it.
I don't understand these artists. Who was it? Was it Kurt Russell, who's like, everybody needs to shut up and stop alienating people who want to watch your stuff.
Yeah.
And they were like, how dare you say that? Like,
yeah.
How dare you like having a job?
You're selling yourself. Why are you trying to piss off half the people you want to watch you?
There's a really good reason that actors were considered the same level as prostitutes back in Shakespeare's time. Nobody liked them. They were just lying whores.
Well, I mean, they still are.
They really are.
Yeah, but for some reason, they've gotten better at PR.
Sure. All right, let me just get this thing here. It's really sad. That situation was quite sad. I didn't really care about the movie, but it's just so stupid how they destroy movies left, right, and center by just cracking all this stupid shit when they could just shut the fuck up and the movie would have been enjoyed by millions. Yeah,
they probably cost themselves a lot of money because this woman couldn't check her ego at the door.
Yeah.
It's sad. Like, you have that little self-restraint.
Yeah, it's crazy. But what do you think about the Joker 2?
I haven't seen it and probably won't. I wasn't the biggest fan of the first one. It's not a movie that's made for me.
Right.
I get why people liked it, but it wasn't made for me. And for the director to hate his audience so much that he did what he did with the second one, it's just funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, I loved the first one. I thought it was awesome. But I haven't seen the second one, and like you say, I probably won't. I hate musicals, and that's why I segued into this, because I don't understand how you take that first gritty, realistic, sort of almost Fight Club kind of movie and make it into a musical. It's like, what the fuck did you just do?
Yeah, it shows either a lack of touch with the desires of the audience or a complete contempt for them. In this case, it seems to be contempt.
Yeah. Hey, Snow Dub for $5. I'm doomed as a man. Good to see you live again. Been a while. Much love. Hope all is well. Thank you so much, Snow Dub. I hope everything is awesome with you as well.
To your point there, I think you could have done this well, a Joker 2, and made it work as a musical. It'd be very, very hard to do. But it would be dependent on the music.
It's no, it doesn't depend on the music. It's like
It does.
This needed to be a reboot in that case. Like you can't just say this is Joker 2 when the first one was like a gritty kind of social drama kind of thing. And then now it's a musical here. It's fucking Barbie. What?
Yeah, I had a problem with the way they went about this. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard way too much about the stupid thing.
Right.
And while the first one was a little more Taxi Driver, this one sounds a little more Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah, Taxi Driver is a good analogy for it. I mean, it's that kind of gritty social realism.
Yeah,
and now we have this.
Yeah, I think they should have stuck with the sense of alienation. And whenever something was happening, like the scene on the subway, for example, if you're going to make a sequel, you get another situation where he's in where somebody's going to get killed, and have him put in like earbuds and listen to play it like a music video. You're just hearing him breathe and listen to music, and you're hearing the music with him while there's killing going on.
Right.
That would have been a better way to do this, because then you get that kind of sense of distance, but you're still hearing like the sound of his respiration mixed in with music. So there's that separation of what's actually happening, that sort of almost psychological what do they call that? Damn, I just drew a total blank. Where you're just separating yourself from what's really going on, because your mind is forcing you to separate it.
Right.
I think that would have been a more interesting way of doing it.
Yeah, you can use music in that sense, in the same way that in war movies they'll put on that ringing tone, like your ears are ringing.
Yeah,
and just to separate yourself from what's going on. It's a good example.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance was what I was looking for, but the disassociation would work too.
Yeah,
I think that would have been a much more interesting movie, because then you're kind of getting that same Taxi Driver Joker 1 kind of feeling of him being outside of society. He doesn't feel like he's part of anything. But that's just me. That's how I would have done it.
Right. Real quick, John Cochran, thank you very much for your super sticker there. Thank you.
For the music part of it, I mean, I've heard very little other than they used way too much music. Almost all of the criticism I've seen of it is just how they take literally the director hates his fucking audience. They take what Joker was and turn him. First, they kind of turn the clock back a little bit to try to make it like nobody knows whether he's the Joker. And then I don't know how much you guys know about the plot. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who's seen it.
I know. I know what happens at the end.
Yeah, the ending.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't spoil it.
Yeah, but it's like it's how can you hate your audience that much? And the director has basically said so as well.
Yes, I mean, he has. Yes.
With the first one, he doesn't even like superhero movie, so he specifically set out not to like one, and then oops, you accidentally made a movie guys like, and we can't have that.
No. How dare you?
Yeah, I don't get why you would do that. You know what? Hey, it didn't work out how you wanted to, then leave it alone. Just leave it. Don't try to destroy it for the people who enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's time to occasionally listen to the Lord Humongous and just walk away.
Just walk away.
Yeah, but I mean, he made $1 billion movie, so I'm not saying he should have walked away. I'm just saying, don't make a fucking musical. How hard can it be?
Yeah, don't screw with what you did.
That's the gayest thing ever. Like, what made you think that all these people who went to see $1 billion movie would show up for a fucking musical? There are people who liked musicals, but they weren't your fan base.
Yeah, you don't have to like your audience to make something for them. And you could just sit back and accept the accolades of people that enjoyed your art and will continue to enjoy it for the next 50 years or whatever. And you'll have a generation of fans and go on and do other projects and let them like or hate those. But you'll always have that core group it'll become a cult classic. Instead, you got to go and make a crappy sequel. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily have made like a sequel that was, it wouldn't even have to have been as good as the first one. It would have still made like maybe 800 million or something, you know? It would have been like 2 wins in his resume, and then he could go on and do whatever the fuck he wants. But now it's like, now he's the latest thing on his resume is a huge fucking bomb.
Yeah.
It's the artistic mentality for everybody who says art is, subjective and it's for each person to interpret.
Of course it is, but
artists are like, no, this is what it means. That's what it meant when you were making it to you, but what it means to me is different.
Yes, that's the problem with hiring douchebags. You get some arrogant ass clown that's like, no, only I can tell you what is art.
That's what I like about Denis Villeneuve. He refuses to elaborate.
And that's how you should be.
Yeah, he's just, no, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, if somebody asks you, hey, what did you mean by this part? The correct answer is, well, what did you think it meant?
Yeah, it means what you think it meant. It's like, it's up to you. That's what I like. I don't want to hear a fucking idiot director like, what's his face? Alien director.
Cameron. Yeah.
No, not Cameron. Alien.
Ridley
Scott.
Ridley Scott. Yeah.
Ridley Scott. Okay. He's always like, Blade Runner. Deckard was a replicant. Shut the fuck up. No one except you believes that. But he's always like, always saying that.
Yeah, if you didn't put it in the movie, it doesn't count.
Yeah, he put it in some fucking special edition, whatever, and nobody agrees with him. Harrison Ford hates him for it, and like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter because everyone should be able to interpret it the way they want.
Should be. But some of these folks they're just that arrogant. No. And again, when you look at how the director, I'm not making a comic book film. Then why are you making a film based on a comic book character? That's just asking to make yourself miserable.
Yeah.
And then you get a sleeper hit out of it, and you're like, how dare these people like it? What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh my God! It's people. Got a super chat here from Frosted Glass. That's why the ultimate auteur is Neil Breen. That's true. That's very true, Frosted.
Yeah, nobody can top Neil Breen when it comes to Neil Breen.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, his movies are great.
Yeah, I would love to be in one of his movies. So,
for sure.
Frosted was talking about this guy that was saying how he was in the movie and he made like $300 a day. I was like, $300 a day, and you're gonna be in the Neil Breen movie? That sounds fantastic.
Who's Neil Breen?
He makes.
You don't know Neil Breen? Jesus Christ, you've been missing out. He's the greatest B-movie creator ever.
Yeah, he is practically a legend in Vegas. The guy's
he's
awesome.
a legend all over the world.
He should be. He's not as famous as Tommy Wiseau for some stupid reason.
I don't know about that. I mean, Tommy Wiseau's movie, that movie just isn't that funny to watch. Neil Breen's movies are funny to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Travis Gardner. Just started Joe Rogan and then see you guys on live. Had to switch over. Well, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming over here.
We're much better than Joe Rogan. Come on.
That's right. I've never fallen asleep listening to Undoomed or Monkey.
That's true. No, but
I just want to say, for the record, I may have seen Neil Breen movies, but I don't pay much attention to who makes movies.
Well, he stars.
No, you probably haven't. If you haven't heard of him, you probably haven't. You won't see it on Netflix or whatever. He sells his movies on hand printed DVDs that he does at home, and he sends them out. That's how he distributes movies.
Oh, nice.
He is glorious. If I had heroes, he would be among them, I think.
And they're like amazing. In every movie, he's playing God or a superhero or something. In every movie, he's just so full of himself.
Yeah, he fought a tiger.
Or he's a super agent or something. It's like, oh my God, it's glorious. And he's always directing, acting, producing, cutting, sound editing, effects, everything. He's got like the credits is ridiculous. It's just him, and he does have other people in there, but all the main things are him. And it's gloriously hilarious. If you haven't seen it, I don't know if you like bad movies. I love bad movies. Me and the missus, we have bad movie night all the time, like best of the worst kind of thing, right?
For me, it depends on how intentionally bad it is. So it's why, like, The Room.
No, it can't be intentionally bad.
No, it has to be accidental.
Anyone can do that. The director has to really believe that he's doing a good thing. And Neil Breen does. He believes in himself. And that's when you get the good stuff.
Yes, yes.
If it's just made to be bad, anyone could do that.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with Sharknado. You know, nobody in the movie is taking it seriously. The actors have to believe they're making a good movie. At least they're acting like they're in Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
Monkey, I sent you a Red Letter Media on one of Neil Breen's movies.
Cool. I'll check it out.
I have most of his movies. They're just so amazingly fun. I actually hadn't seen a couple of them until Frosted showed me one, and I was like, I don't think I've seen this.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, anyone of you guys out there who haven't seen Neil Breen, just go get those movies because they're hilarious. But you have to do like a bad movie night. You have to sit down, get your gin and tonic, and just watch a bad movie, right?
Yeah,
it's not serious. It's just watching a bad movie and laughing at it, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, I started doing that back in high school. I had this buddy Sean who he called me up one day. He's like, "You want to watch some shitty movies with me?" And I was like, "Oh, I guess." And I was thinking he's gonna pick some mainstream stuff, and he's introducing me to all these crap movies because we had this awesome video store that if you rented 10 movies, you got the 11th one free, and if you were a regular, you'd get your 5th one free.
Right.
So we went in there and spent $10, got 11 movies, and became regulars, and we did it every week, and we watched probably most of the movies they had there. But you got to see stuff like Necromantic. They had an awesome selection. Shattered Dead, Gates of Hell, all the Italian horror films.
Oh yeah,
anything by Dario Argento, I've seen at least once.
And it's almost better that the lip sync doesn't work.
Yeah, it adds a certain classiness to it.
Real quick, Nexus 8, good to see you back on Doomed. Will you be on YouTube more regularly now? I don't know. I'm still really busy with my day job right now. Today I was just bored and didn't have anything to do, so I figured I'd hang out with you guys. I don't know how much I want to promise about me being back. I'm going to try, but I have a lot to do with my day job. So yeah, it is what it is.
That happens, man.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying.
No, I just I got exposed to a lot of really good bad movies early on, and it makes you appreciate really good movies when you see them. Like if you watch Transmorphers and then you watch Braveheart, Braveheart's gonna look like cinema masterpiece. You're gonna be like, I don't know who wrote this, but I bet it was William Shakespeare.
Yeah. That's true. Chicago Mike says, on Doomed and Jack, do you find yourselves MST? Okay, how do you pronounce that?
MST3K?
Oh, yeah. King. A lot of these movies.
Oh yeah, kind of.
It's like Mystery Science Theater. That's what tripped me up. That's what I was thinking in my mind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what me and the missus do when we sit down and have our bad movie nights. We just sit there and criticize them and have fun and just talk. Because I really don't like it when people talk when it's a serious movie. But with these movies, you can just sit there and talk. It's fun.
Yeah, because most of the time the plot's not that deep.
No, it's ridiculous, and a lot of times it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah,
you don't really need to know that much.
It's part of the fun of doing it too. You're sitting there, you're being sociable with the people you're with, and at the same time laughing at this crap fest that somebody invested all their dentist support money in. Because, they were fundraising from everybody they knew. And your dentist will generally have extra money, so you can hit them up. That's what I learned from Lloyd Kaufman.
Okay.
That's in his book. But yeah, I mean, you watch a lot of this stuff, and some of it is just fun. It's not meant to be too serious. It's meant to be entertaining.
Right. Greyhawk the Angry says on Doom sounds different. Yeah, we've been over this. I'm on my bad Bluetooth gaming headset, so that's my real audio setup is packed away. So moving on.
He was just doing me a favor so that I sound better tonight.
Yeah, you're gonna sound so good. Every lady is gonna be moist.
The only time where it's like, oh, maybe my voice isn't as good as I think is when I'm talking to you, and I'm like, God damn it!
No, you're gonna be the winner today.
I'm sexy. That's the important part here.
Yeah, we do bad movie nights in Frosted's Discord. It's lots of fun.
You do?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
I want to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump.
No, go ahead.
Right now, there's 2 video games that I'm waiting for. They're coming out later this week and next week. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about the fact that the last time that I was really excited about a movie coming out was Deadpool and Wolverine, which was I really enjoyed. Before that, I can't think of a movie that I was like, I can't wait for that to come out. Do you guys find yourself in that position right now, or are there movies that you're like, oh, this one's coming and I can't wait?
Oh, no. I can't remember the last time.
Godzilla
I can't remember the last time I felt like I can't wait for this movie. Hold on. Wicked Guild says, Magog here. How you doing, Magog? Let me know if you want to come on the show. You all watched the new Hellboy Crooked Man yet? I actually enjoyed it. Nope, I have not seen that. Have you?
No.
I have not, but I really want to. But it's not shown anywhere near me. I think it looks really, really good. They seem to have a really good core story. It's just kind of low budget looking, and I'm fine with that. Like I said, I like a lot of really
sure. No, I have not seen it.
Yeah, I think Godzilla -1 was the only one before Wolverine and Deadpool that I got really excited to see, probably in the last 5 or 6 years, maybe even longer than that. Because everything else, you're like, nah, I'll just wait till it comes on streaming.
I mean, the last one I felt like that was Dune and Dune Part 2.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. At first, I thought you said Dune, and I was like, what?
Okay, no.
Had Carl Urban.
No. Yeah, sure it had, but he wasn't Judge Dredd back then. No, but Dune, I loved those two.
Those were surprisingly good movies.
Yeah, quality movies.
But isn't that the problem? Is it that most of the movies these days, even just looking at their trailers, like that doesn't even look good. I can't tell you how many movies of somebody, hey, have you seen the trailer for this? And I go and watch it. Like, why did you do that to me?
Right.
Why do you hate me?
I have the opposite problem. I see some trailers and I'm like, the trailer looks pretty good. You watch the movie and you're like, that's dog shit. Or that had nothing to do with what the trailer led me to believe.
Oh, yeah, that happens way too often.
Well, that happens a lot. Yeah.
How many times have you seen a trailer? Like the Borderlands trailer. Huge Borderlands fan. And I watched the Borderlands trailer and I'm like, I don't know what the hell that movie's about.
Yeah, that looked crazy to me. I didn't watch the movie. Like, fuck that.
It looks so bad. I had no idea what was going on in that trailer. It had no coherence whatsoever. There was nothing cohesive to that. It was just like, we're running around doing stuff with this old lady, and Kevin Hart's here because we need somebody silly. That was the trailer.
Well, I recognized all of the characters because I played the games. But it doesn't tell you anything about the story. You ever go back and watch like the television commercials for like Star Wars? The trailer for Star Wars, not the actual television one, but like the one that they put in movie theaters, it told you the whole goddamn plot.
Right.
That might be going too far, but maybe a hint is okay.
I don't think they told you the whole plot, but it was like they told you a good chunk of it, like an outline of it, I would say.
You can tell how bad a movie is these days by how little they'll tell you in the trailer.
Yeah. I mean, and horror movies are especially guilty of that.
Oh, yeah.
It's just all these those cuts when they just do like one frame black frame, one frame black frame.
Yes.
For like.
Oh yeah.
And the boom, the sound effect, and oh my god, they all look the same. Every single fucking horror movie looks the same.
Have you seen the trailer for Heretic?
No.
It actually looks pretty good. It's got Hugh Grant. These two Mormon girls come to the door to talk about Jesus, and he's like, yes, please come in. And he has an annotated Bible with like tabs all over it. And then he starts getting weird, and they're trapped in his house. and they have to figure out how to escape. It actually looked like it might be pretty good.
Okay. Frosted in Chat says the trailers for the South Park movie made it look terrible, but the movie's a classic. Well, that's kind of a special circumstance because you couldn't put a lot of the good stuff in the trailer. Just for advertising reasons, you can't say, "Hey, this is a movie about a kid whose foul mouth causes a war between Canada and America." You certainly can't play Uncle Fucka in the trailer.
Well,
there's times where it can make sense, but most of the time, if they're not showing you stuff, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with most comedies now is the few that there are is that they show every fucking joke in the trailer.
Oh, yeah.
So when you see
all the
it,
good jokes are in the trailer.
When you see it, it's like, but we already saw this. We already went through this.
Yeah, that shit happened to me with the Batman Lego movie.
Okay.
Oh,
the Batman Lego movie I love, but you don't need to watch it. Just watch the trailers for it, and all the best parts are there.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
The rest of the movie's quite boring, actually.
The what? What do you say? The Lego?
Batman Lego.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Again, just watch the trailers. It's got all the funny shit in it.
Is that a new one?
No, that one's God. Is that a decade old now? How fucking old am I now?
Right. I've never cared about any Lego movie. It's like, fuck off.
I didn't either, but the trailer sucked me in because it was funny. And yeah, damn it. It's all right. I bought it on DVD. No big deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you enjoy it, that's fine.
I don't go to the theater all that often. I never have. Most of the movies I watch now is on streaming, but I'd wait till it came on DVD, and then that way I could watch it as many times as I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
I used to go to the theater all the time, and I haven't been since Deadpool Wolverine, and before that it was Godzilla -1.
Yeah, I haven't seen Deadpool. Last one was Dune. That was it. That's the only one I've felt like that's got to be seen. I have to see this.
Are you?
Yeah, there's not many like that anymore.
Nah.
I don't think most movies need to be seen on the big screen either. There's some that you absolutely should. Any great space movie should be seen on there.
I don't really think it matters. Like, just see the movie. It's okay.
I like a spectacle, especially with something like a space movie is where it really matters to me.
It's
like
fun.
I like the giant screen of the whole thing happening. But other than that, it's like I'll watch it on my little TV. It's fine.
I don't have a little TV. I have a big TV, and I have an amazing sound system that sounds better than movie theaters. So I'm like, do I want to go see the big screen or do I want better sound? It's like, it depends.
He says this as he's delivering you guys bad sound.
Yeah. Because I'm an asshole.
There you go. Lego Batman was 2017. God damn, I'm old.
2017?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've aged so much.
Dude, I'm about to have my 5th granddaughter. I turned 50 this coming year. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old.
Those grandkids, man, they run you down.
2017. That sounds like yesterday.
Let's see.
Hey, we got Magog here.
Magog, man, I haven't talked to you in forever. How are you?
Hey,
dude?
how you doing?
Hey guys, a long time no see, monkey.
Yeah. God, it's been years since we talked.
Hey,
how
Jack.
you doing?
Hey, Undoomed. What's up?
How's it going?
You sound so tired.
He does.
Well, I got a normie job now, and all that crap.
Yeah.
I know, right? Fucking hell. Well, things are finally getting a little better, though. I've got more days off, so I'm going to start working on content again.
All right, that's
Oh, good.
awesome.
Yeah. So what we
yeah.
talking about? Movies still?
Yep.
We're not
Talking
tied
about-
to it though. You can bring up anything.
Yeah, we're just going with the flow.
Right.
So, what's your favorite movie lately?
Honestly, like what I super chatted, like I was actually really, really impressed with the new Hellboy. I didn't think I'd
Okay.
like it because it looked like, I didn't know any of the actors. It looked like kind of low budget, which I don't normally mind because low budget oftentimes can be, have a lot of passion behind it, even though it's low budget.
Oh, for sure.
But what I loved about it the most is it reminded me of Dredd with Carl Urban.
Oh.
It wasn't, end of the world stakes or an origin story. It was just a day in the life of Hellboy.
That's good. I like that.
And that's what I liked about it. Honestly, it's the most recent film I saw that I actually just enjoyed because, it's a bunch of crap these days.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, when you mention it, I wish we could have had more Dredd. Holy fuck, that was a good movie.
That was a good movie.
I can't believe the reason they canceled it too. Like they had a second movie planned, and then they were like, well, Dredd didn't do well in theaters, but it did great on streaming and DVD sales or whatever, right? Blu-ray.
Right.
So let's make a second one. And then all the BLM stuff happened, and they were like, the production company was like, I don't know about if it's a good idea to make a violent movie about a cop being violent.
Yeah.
A police he's like a police officer, being violent. So maybe we should cut that. And that's the main reason they nixed it.
No, pussies, they should have doubled down and on the poster had Dredd needling on someone's neck.
That's what they should have fucking done.
Yeah, go balls out, man. You can't be a pussy in the movie industry. That's how you lose money.
You're not. Disney. I mean, Dredd isn't supposed to be the good guy. He's just supposed to be like a force of nature. He could have They could have just made it like that. They could have just actually done that, but they would never do it. Of course.
They did that in the comic books. He's not a great guy. There was an entire storyline called America where Dredd's the bad guy in the story, and it's in his own book. And
right.
Mainstream continuity of that title. He's not a good person per se. He is just the law.
Yep.
Yeah. He's a force of nature, maybe an anti-hero, but not even that, maybe.
It depends on perspective.
Yeah.
I loved when that movie came out because I was a huge fan of Dredd. And, I always loved, even in the Stallone movie, I loved it when he said the line, I am the law. So when I'm watching the movie and that scene comes up where he's making an announcement to the whole peach trees, and he's like, Mama's not the law. I am the law. And the little boy inside me was like, yes, he said it. He did the thing.
I know the thing. I've seen the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I fucking love Dredd, man. That was so cool.
I used to read that comic book like shit when I was a kid.
Well, there was such a respect too for the source material. He never took off his helmet.
That's a great part.
Yeah, as
and Anderson took off her helmet because she's a cute girl, but also they made up something in the story that actually worked. It interfered with her psychic abilities or whatever because she was a mutant.
Right. But doesn't she? I mean, she takes off her helmet in the comic book, right?
Yeah, all the other judges are seen without their helmet. It's just not Dredd. Dredd will be sleeping in his helmet and shit.
Yeah.
So I was just speaking strictly from the movie. Somebody who doesn't know the source material watches the movie, they don't even question it. Why is he always wearing his helmet, but Anderson isn't? They even explained it in the movie. But everything had a purpose, even if it was a gimmick. The slow motion stuff, the 3D, because it was Dredd 3D, right? It was during the 3D heyday, right?
Yeah.
But at least in the movie, they had a reason for all the slow motion in your face 3D stuff. There was a drug called slow-mo, and it would slow your brain down. That was such a cool little feature. Most movies just throw something at you, you know?
The thing is, the director said, like, what if we could make violence look beautiful? That was his premise.
Right.
When you've seen the interviews, right? And he succeeded beautifully in making violence beautiful.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I have a quick, like, on the side here before we continue the conversation. Do I sound all right? Like, because I'm on a new mic.
You sound like you always do. I'm the one who sounds like shit.
Well, I've got these new mics. They're called the they're like tiny little lapel mics.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the size of like a quarter. Like I can hide it under the Magog robe when I'm doing Magog.
Right.
One of my challenges of late has been trying to get like my shotgun mics to pick up sound better in my little studio building.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to have them too far away for them to be off screen. And so there's a lot of echo. And so I got these little things, and you can hide them almost anywhere. They're really cool. They like magnetize to your shirt. They're like the size of a nickel. Like they are so awesome. They're called the Hollyland Mark II.
Okay.
And they're freaking wicked, man. I love them.
Are they wireless or?
Yeah, wireless, man. It's all Bluetooth.
Yeah. Right. Cool.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure I was sounding good, because I can't really tell from the little, circle in the screen that moves when you talk.
Yeah. I mean, I've got my crappy gaming headset on with Bluetooth as well. So, and
right.
this one sounds like shit. I know it does.
Nah, you're fine. Anyway, back on the topic, I was going to ask you guys, since we're talking movies, are you looking forward in any way to the new Robert Eggers film, Nosferatu?
Yes.
No.
No fans of Robert Eggers here?
I will watch it. I think it might be okay.
Nosferatu, really? You want to redo that one?
It's a remake of London After Midnight.
Well, Nosferatu is the classic, silent film that shouldn't exist. They destroyed almost all the copies because of the copyright infringement, because Bram Stoker's widow sued the production company. But I've always loved that movie as a film, connoisseur. But Robert Eggers, I like his movies. I liked The Witch. I liked, Northman, So I'm hoping he does something with it that makes it scary and creepy, even though it's kind of the rip-off Dracula. It's Count Orlok,
Well, my understanding is they're not remaking the movie Nosferatu. They're remaking London After Midnight.
Right, but it's still the Nosferatu type vampire with the long fingers and the bald head. And
I mean, is it called Nosferatu or not?
It is. It is Nosferatu.
It's called Nosferatu, but Nosferatu is a type of Strigoi from Romanian vampire lore. So
okay, but you know, I mean. You can't just call it that and not expect people to compare it to the original.
Right. Yeah, I know he's not making Nosferatu the black and white film, because the silent film, because that's a ripoff of Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's literally the same story. Right. So he can't remake that without basically making Dracula the story. But I love the vampire because he's not like the romantic, shimmery, sparkly vampire. He's a fucking monster. He's just a monster. And that's what I like my vampires to be, monsters.
Yeah.
So I'll probably see that one. Other than that, I can't think of a single movie that I'm looking forward to as of late. I mean, I heard, was it Monkey or Jack that brought up the Wolverine Deadpool?
Both of us, actually.
Yeah. I did finally watch that, and I had fun. It was a great Saturday night flick. It wasn't like my favorite of the 3 Deadpool movies, but I loved seeing Hugh Jackman back and all the little quips and stuff that those movies are known for,
Right.
Well, you just hit on the part that I like so much, is that it is just fun, and they don't just make fun movies as much anymore.
Right. Yeah. The enjoyment.
Comedy is dead.
Yeah.
I mean, when was the last time there was a big comedy movie?
Well, you can't be offensive anymore, so you're You're bound to offend somebody with most of what you're doing in a comedy.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to do that anymore because everybody's a hypersensitive pussy.
Exactly. So there is no comedy movies. Just remember, like in the 80s, Beverly Hills Cop or something like that.
Yeah.
I guess that couldn't be made anymore, I guess.
No, hell no. You know what fucking how many cities would burn down if they remade Blazing Saddles?
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, I know they remade like a Beverly Hills Cop the other year, but I didn't watch it. It was like, Jesus Christ, 40 years later.
Come and gone. Yeah, the time's come and gone. Yeah, it's a lot of it's nostalgia bait. Hollywood's like really hung up on the nostalgia bait, making movies based on, old IPs that were popular and still are because they're classics, but some of it's a little, too little too late,
Yeah.
Well, how do you do that with Beverly Hills Cop when 3 was such a flop?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they waited 40 years.
Yeah. You forgot it was a flop. Now you have rose-colored glasses on.
Yeah, but they, at the very least, they didn't want to wait 40 years. It's just Eddie Murphy was so hung up on doing like kids movies because he didn't want to be offensive with his, kids on
His
TV
own kids,
anymore. Yeah, his own kids. He wanted to do family stuff because he wanted his kids to see him. He didn't want his kids to see that side of him, and he just refused to do raunchy like comedies and cursing and stuff.
Not like they're ever gonna find those movies online or anything.
I can respect it from his point of view. Like I don't want my kids seeing this. I want to make something they can watch.
You don't think they're gonna find your YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah, they absolutely will. But if we're living in a different time, it's a lot easier to do that. I mean, when he makes this decision, this is before streaming's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I can kind of get it and I understand it. I don't understand the movie studios. Movie studios these days are so opposed to recasting people.
Mm-hmm.
You could have made a new Axel Foley.
You could have, but it would have been Kevin Hart and we'd all be mad.
Right.
Oh God, Kevin Hart's going to be Axel Foley, and now I'm going to burn in hell for making the suggestion.
Yeah, I'm blaming you for this, even though I thought.
No, you fucking, you're the living embodiment of predictive text,
right?
You just ushered it into existence. Thanks,
you
Monkey.
had to do it.
Just Netflix is listening to this right now.
Yeah, they are. Oh God,
through my fucking Alexa. God damn it.
The worst part, I don't hate Kevin Hart not everything. Some roles he's fine for. You want an annoying little guy who makes not funny jokes, throw him in there.
Yeah, but Chris Tucker was the greater annoying little guy.
Absolutely, 100%.
By far.
Why but Hollywood can only find one black guy at a time?
He was pretty good in Fifth Element.
Yep.
Oh, Chris Tucker. Yeah.
I still use that GIF of him going hot, hot, hot. I still use that one all the time. Like still, like that damn. What are they called again? When the hair sticks out the front, pompadour. It's a pompadour haircut. He had like that pompadour sticking out of his head. It was so funny. To this day, I still laugh at that movie. I love it. And that movie was like, to me, like a lot of people didn't get it because a lot of people didn't grow up reading it like I did. But that movie just reminded me so much of like Heavy Metal magazine.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
Like Fifth Element was like a heavy metal story. Seriously, it was like pure high concept sci-fi that you would see with like nudity and sex and violence that you would see in like heavy metal.
Yeah. I read that one when I was a kid.
Yeah, that was the only like magazine where you could see like boobs that wasn't wrapped in plastic at the bookstore. Like all the Playboys and shit were like wrapped in plastic, so you couldn't read them. But the heavy metal wasn't because
I don't even remember if there was like a age limit to buying Playboy when I was a kid. Was it?
There was when I was a kid, yeah, but you could buy heavy metal at any age because nobody knew there was like nudity in it. They just thought it was like comic book crap,
Right.
I guess.
I guess I didn't try to buy one, but I did buy the heavy metal one.
Yeah, but for all the people watching that were born after the internet, before the internet, we had to like find porn in the forest. Like we were like Cro-Magnon men searching there was like a thing called forest porn where you could go to a state park or a local park and you will inevitably find a dirty magazine in the mud. Like somewhere in the woods there'd be like a dirty magazine up against a tree. Like our forefathers left it for us to find.
It was yes, it was left by Thomas Jefferson
from the days of yore, you know.
That was back when if you wanted to bring a chick home, you had to be like, "Would you like to come back and see my etchings?"
Oh.
I don't know if I can go that far back. I ain't that old.
Let me charcoal draw you.
Can I draw you like draw me like one of your slutty women? What? That's not the line from the movie.
Draw me like one of your slave women. Oh.
What?
Oh, that's for the South.
Yeah. What? Well, let me tell you something. You got a nice mouth. What?
Where's that from?
You got a pretty mouth, boy. Deliverance. Yeah. Yeah. A little Billy Bob Thornton when I do it. I don't know why, but the little sling blade comes through where I'm like, I like them French fried taters. You know.
Where's that from?
Sling Blade. You never seen Sling Blade?
No, I don't know what that is.
That's Billy Bob Thornton's like first movie. He wrote it, directed, starred in it, and he was from Arkansas, so it was filmed right here in my home state. You know, so Sling Blade.
I've never heard of that.
Oh,
that's a movie or TV series or what?
It's a movie. It's a movie. Okay. Yeah,
you've never heard of Sling Blade? That was a big movie when it came out.
Yeah, it was great. Independent film. Yeah. It was all filmed right here. Was it Benton, Arkansas? Either Benton or Bentonville, Arkansas. One of the two. I can't remember where, but Billy Bob Thornton.
I like that pretty mouth. I've heard that. Like
that is Deliverance.
That's Deliverance with you know,
Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds, you know.
Poor Ned Beatty.
Yep. Poor Ned. Poor Ned.
Michael Moriarty.
He found the forest porn, but it was the wrong kind of
wrong.
Yeah. That was the wrong way.
Yeah.
That movie fucked him up in real life.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
The filming of this, there's a how do I put this? Male rape scene, and he's the one involved in it. And the guys hired to do the acting were friends of Burt Reynolds. They are not actors. Mm-hmm. And that whole scene is improv.
Yep.
And it so traumatized him that he wouldn't even talk about it later in life.
Yeah, that if you do you remember the South Park episode when like the kids went and saw the new Indiana Jones Crystal Skull and they kept having these like imaginary like daydreams about like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg like raping Indy. And one of the scenes they were like, squeal like a pig. That was the Deliverance rape scene. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Go in expecting a violent scene from Brokeback Mountain, randomly inserted in a movie about fishing.
Canoeing, thank you.
Whatever.
I tweeted this out recently. I just want to share this on an offside comment because I think you guys would get a laugh out of this. I tweeted about this. This is my actual retirement plan. I have this plan for retiring if all this YouTube stuff and everything doesn't work out. I want to buy a rundown bait and tackle / gas station on a road that leads to a lake. And I want to sit out on the front of it and just warn travelers not to go up there.
Nice.
Like that's all I want to do. I just want to be like the foreboding old man. Like when I'm 70, I just want to sit out and be like, you kids don't want to go up there. Them woods have a dark history. Like,
right.
I just want to be
like
that.
Every fucking horror movie ever.
Right. I just want, that's my retirement plan. I'm just going to buy a little place, the only place on the way to a lake, and just warn travelers not to go in them there woods.
Yeah, you gotta find a place where they have a crystal lake.
Right? Yeah, I gotta find like a Crystal Lake or or some like sleepaway camp type situation.
Oh, okay. You find a place with a small man-made lake near an abandoned amusement park.
Right?
So you
like
can
do
get the trifecta. You got creepy
do
old
all
man.
the cliches.
Yeah, just get it all in there. Like own all of it too, so you can like litter the place with weird random things. Like here's an old digital camera I'll just toss there with a picture of the only photo on the memory card is of a bloody machete coming down at it.
Like there's
a clue.
And then there's like a pet cemetery next to the theme park.
Yeah, you
like
could even just create the pet cemetery. I'm sure you could go behind any old animal shelter and whatever ditch they throw the animals in and grab a couple and bury them out there, all respectful like. And then somebody would be like, this is a real pet cemetery. The guy told us about this.
Yeah.
It's not on any maps.
And then in the off season, when there's not as many like visitors to the area, I'll just like walk all the trails of the woods and just plant porn mags wherever I can. Just forest porn it up.
Occasionally put a missing poster inside one of the porno mags.
Right, yeah. With
just
like a bloody fingerprint on it. Like a bloody fingerprint.
And then write a book about the area under a pen name. And then you'll sell the book as like, a real life rare mystery that nobody knows about but this guy. And make it like a narrative, like how you went out there and you were told by several locals about these creepy legends. Make it real Blair Witch Project, a multimedia extravaganza. It's a great retirement plan.
Yeah, I love it, man. That's my plan for retirement. I want to be the foreboding old man that just screams obscenities and tells people not to go into their woods, man. I love it. It is spooky season, horror movies. I've been watching all the classics this month because I love the classic horrors, obviously, and a lot of the B movie horror and stuff like that. So that's my wheelhouse, really. High fantasy and horror. That's where I'm at.
Nice. Right. I was just watching a horror movie before we started this, but I've only gotten like halfway through it. It's called In a Violent Nature.
In a Violent Nature. Yeah.
It's really weird.
Huh. Well, there's a lot of that now. Like a lot of horror movies now have to just be like uber creepy weird. Like that Long Legs movie with fucking Nicolas Cage in it wearing a wig. It's so bizarre.
This one is not that creepy. Not yet anyway. I don't know. I've only seen half of it. I had to pause it now, but it's like it's kind of like the Star Trek 1 of horrors so far.
Oh wow! Yeah,
so there's like 40 minutes of the outside of a ship.
Yeah. No, but actually, that's not too far off. It's been like 40 minutes of the camera following Jason Voorhees from the backside like a video game.
Oh, that's the one I heard about. That's from the point of view of the killer.
Yeah,
it's like it's a whole horror movie shot from the point of view of the actual killer instead of
not point of view. It's from behind like a video.
Okay, third person, but it's still like it's following his perception and not shot like a traditional film with the victims all playing, truth or dare in the house.
Well, there's a little of that as far as I've seen, but mostly we're just walking behind him. Like,
I want to see that movie done, but I want to see it from the point of view of like a 16-foot tall demon monster. Like the camera's always kind of up high and pointed down at the victims because it's such a tall like pumpkin demon, right? like that would be a great fucking movie right there. It'd make you.
I'm like. It could go either way. At this point, I'm loving it. It could go to hell, but as far as I've seen it, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one out there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love horror.
I hope it don't go to shit. The last
it
half
probably will.
But the first half of it, whatever I've seen, it is fucking awesome.
I always loved that when they did that in movies, but they only did it on occasion for a kind of a filmmaking perspective effect, like in Halloween when the camera looks through the window at the babysitter and she's like walking from the kitchen to the living room and it's from the killer's point of view. That always like was a really nice like cinematic trick that made people feel really kind of uncomfortable because they were like vicariously seeing what's happening through the killer's eyes. And I always loved that, but I never imagined somebody would make a whole fucking movie from that perspective. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. How do they handle story? Not to give it away, but if all you're doing is following that guy, is he like hearing people talk or?
No, but they do cut away sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing. I was just watching it now. But yeah, they do cut away sometimes.
I'm just imagining, Friday the 13th back in the original days when Jason would wait till people do it to kill him, and you got a third person perspective of him watching people have sex.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Classic.
It's kind of like a little bit of hardcore Henry kind of thing.
Nice.
Right.
Gotcha.
But not that intense, obviously.
Yeah, that one gave me motion sickness, but I loved it. I loved hardcore Henry.
Yeah. In real life, if you're looking in a window, you get what's called a restraining order.
Yeah.
And then you have to call my lawyer. Well, I have to call my lawyer and explain to him I did it again without saying that over the phone at the jail.
Women always claim they like a man with a sense of humor, but if you stand outside their bathroom window wearing clown makeup, they get all scared and freaked out. Call the police.
You're creepy. Why are you in my closet? Blah blah blah. I'm being spontaneous, baby. That's what you said you like.
That's funny. Fuck.
Yeah. Don't you get sense of humor these days? Everybody's such a fucking pussy, always offended.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what that means.
Yeah, that's exactly. It has nothing to do with the memory spank bank at all.
Nothing.
Magic bushes. That kind of humor has gone way too, man. I remember growing up, and you could not get away from the shitty straight to DVD National Lampoon boner comedies, right?
Oh,
like after the success of American Pie, because National Lampoon hadn't had a success since fucking Animal House, and things like, wait, was National Lampoon Airplane too? Naked Gun movies.
Vacation.
That's a sucker.
Vacation.
Was their last real win.
Yeah. Christmas Vacation and all that. But then they kind of dried up there for a really long time, and then all of a sudden American Pie hit the scene, and it was like the biggest fucking.
I didn't even know that was National Lampoon.
Oh yeah, it was Lampoon. And then after that, you just had a series of like straight to DVD crap, just fucking regurgitated out. It's kind of the same thing happened with like the Blair Witch Project. These kind of found footage, shot from like a crappy like high-8 camera movies that are point of view horror films. After the success of Blair Witch, you started getting like Paranormal Activity 17. And, it's like, fuck's sake, gee, enough already. But I get it, though. Those movies can be made uber cheap because you're using cheap cameras for the effect, right? You're using security footage, night vision cameras that look like a fucking Ring doorbell, right? Your budget is real low, but you can make back your money plus some pretty easily, right?
Sure.
But
nowadays, even a camera on an iPhone is going to be so much better than what you had back then that you can't even get away with that now.
No, yeah. I mean, nowadays when they make one of those movies, it looks like found footage, but it's so clear and perfect, it ruins like the whole theme.
Right.
So they have
because like an iPhone camera is so good. It's unbelievable, really. I mean, it's crazy how good those cameras are.
Dude, okay, so quick story. 20 minutes up the road from me, a guy decides to sell all his businesses, right?
Okay.
He owned 3 like H&R blocks, right? Sold all his businesses, took the money, and decided to build a giant Renaissance fair. Okay, a permanent Renaissance fair with like a jousting arena and little castles and all kinds.
Wait, this is your dream?
I know, right? He stole it, man. He stole my dream. he had the money, I didn't. Anyway, so he builds this whole permanent Ren Fair, and they just finished with it. They did every weekend in September, and it was a blast. But I learned about it, so I went and introduced myself. I was like, I got to check this place out. It's 20 minutes up the road. So I drive up there, introduce myself. I get to talking to the guy, and I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. I can do this shit. You want me to film some stuff? And he was like, yeah. So I bought a new camera. It was called the DJI Pocket camera, and it's got like little. It's like the same camera lens that's on your phones, but it's on a little gimbal head, so it keeps you can walk around with it, and it uses AI technology to keep it steady. A little gimbal, it'll follow whatever you want it to. It's so
I know
fun
which
to
one
use.
it is. Yeah.
And so I took that thing, and I went almost every weekend for the Ren Fair, and just filmed everything I could. I've got like hours of footage to pour through to cut together some promo videos to put on their website for next year and everything. But anyway, I was walking around there, and I was like, this little action camera is so easy to use. It's fun. And when I finally looked at the footage, I could not believe like the clarity. There was like a depth of field. It was just so like, it was like a little cameraman. He was doing it all for me. I didn't have to worry about like a shaky cam because of the gimbal. Like how you could shoot a movie these days with almost nothing, like budget wise. You really could. Like the camera quality on even small little action cameras like that are so amazing these days. I mean, I was shooting in 4K, 60 frames a second. I was down on the field shooting the jousting up close. I got hit with splinters because they clack their sticks into each other's armors. They allowed me to get as close as I wanted. Like the guy who started this up, he's like, I don't care if you die, get down there and get a good shot. I was like 10 feet away from them when they fucking hit each other with big sticks. It was great. And I got some great shots because of it though, man. It looked amazing. And I'm like, all this time I've been using like cinematography cameras and stuff for my YouTube channel. And they look great, but they're so heavy. They basically have to stay on a tripod. Right. But this little thing, it fits in the palm of my fucking hand. It's awesome.
Well, it's like Ken Rockwell says, the best camera in the world is the one you have with you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah, and what are you going to have with you? You're going to have whatever fits in your pocket. You're not going to have your fucking huge cinema camera with you. So you're never going to get the good shots with that one.
Right. Yeah. And
unless you're like a fucking movie on a movie
set. Of course. Right. Exactly.
So yeah, I get you. I understand what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, I always thought, the bigger, the better. You get the badass camera, you get the nice big cinematography lenses, and you're going to get a great footage. And you will. I mean, it's going to look great. But without a cameraman, with like a solo guy like me that has to be in front of the camera, it's hard to operate like a 9-pound camera rig.
And then you got to get a gimbal for a 20-pound camera. That's not gonna work because then you have to get a Steadicam rig to hold that thing up, and it's like this whole thing, and before you know it, you're paying like $20,000 for it.
Yep, it's crazy, man. I mean, I still love my cameras. One of my fans got them for me as a gift, and I upgraded. I mean, when I started this whole Magog thing, I was using a DSLR, a Canon Rebel 7,
right. With a dead pixel.
Yeah, with dead pixels on the sensor, and it was the camera I used in college or whatever to do photography, and I grew from there and ended up with like these cinematography cameras and this great little studio to film in, and I'm going to be expanding operations soon, so I'm hoping to do kind of a sitcom setup with multiple cameras and stuff in a bigger building. So they'll come in handy for that as long as they can stay on the tripods. But that little action cam, I had so much more fun with it than I have in a long time filming just my regular Magog show on Tuesday nights, because I could get in people's faces. I had this little thing and I just run up on them and get these great shots. And it was really fun. I never really spent that much time doing action shots before. So filming that Ren Fair and just kind of walking around getting all these great shots was a real like fun experience for me. You know.
Did you ever feel like getting in your Magog costume and just...
Oh, I went one weekend. I went in the Magog costume with a fan. One of my fans, Octane Junkie, came up, and so did Ark from my show. One of my co-hosts on my live show. They came to visit, and we all went together in costume, and it was 90 degrees. And I was all dressed in black with my black makeup and my contact lenses, and I was miserable, but I had a blast. It was fun. We fought with foam weapons. We shot skits. We interacted with people. I scared a little girl by accident. I didn't mean to. She just like turned the corner, and I looked in her general direction, and she just started crying. And I was like, I am not that hideous, okay? But come on, I know I'm kind of scary with the Magog makeup, I guess. She was scared of the 6'3" albino man dressed as a wizard. I couldn't help that. You know, I gave her a complex now. She's going to hate Santa Claus from here on out. But yeah, I had a blast doing kind of action shots and stuff, but I'm cutting all the footage together. So eventually on my channel, I will be releasing some of the footage that I did in character as little bits, you know, just to entertain the old school fans that are still hanging around my dead YouTube channel.
Right.
Well, you are a necromancer, so
yeah, you
maybe
resurrect it.
Yeah, maybe I can resurrect it. Exactly. That's the hope one day, you know. So, well, but yeah, man, it's interesting what people are able to do, and yet with this new technology, with the better cameras and the ability to film without a big budget, we're still not getting anything really quality out of Hollywood. I mean, you'd think it'd be easier and cheaper to make movies now, but they spend more money now. You know, Rings of Power is the most expensive show ever shot, and they're using like foam and rubber armor on the close-ups. They're not even trying, you know?
I mean, it's crazy how much money they're spending on that shit. But I mean, I know that they're contractually obligated to do the second series, as far as I know. I'm not sure if it's a third one included.
Yes, third one. Well, they said 5 at the beginning, didn't they? They said they were going to do at least 5 seasons.
I don't think they signed a contract for 5. That would be fucking retarded.
That's true. It might not have been contractual.
I think contractually they're obligated to make 2, as far as I know. So they had to do this one because they signed a contract, but usually there's outs in contracts. So maybe they were like, well, we were optioning 5 seasons, but yeah, 2 is what we're signing up for right. Starters. So I don't know. I have no idea. As far as I know, we can't really know what kind of viewership they have, but I can't imagine anyone's watching that shit.
Well, it's shite, but
they have ways of tracking it. And the first episode of season 2 did okay, but it just dropped like a fucking rock straight off.
But what are they basing that on? Because those channels aren't, or streaming services aren't releasing numbers.
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know, but they have released it and said that. I know because I was watching somebody talking about it.
Well, I know they say that a lot, but I'm just curious. Is that accurate or not? I know that for what was the last Star Wars thing? Acolyte. It was apparently abysmal. But we all know that Disney don't release any kind of numbers at all. So I'm just curious where they get the numbers.
They may not release numbers, but if they do like they did with Willow and pull the show from their own platform, then you know it failed. Like, you can't even watch that. It's such garbage. So, you know.
Well, that one. Pulled. I'm not sure they've pulled the Acolyte though, right?
No. But what I'm saying is, it might get to a point if they get their new CEO and he wants to just maybe reset the Star Wars universe, he can maybe just pull all that shit down and be like, it was all abysmal. We apologize. Let's start over. That's a pipe dream. I know, but it could happen. Stranger things have happened.
All right. I pulled this up from Nielsen. They said their streaming platform ratings uses people-powered panels and proprietary, that's a lot of P's, proprietary metering technology to measure what content is streamed, the device used, and the streaming source application. So I don't fucking know.
Okay, metadata. So they got a couple of people with some sort of app installed that lets them monitor.
Yeah.
At least they can be somewhat honest and come out and say 37 million people watched and somewhat didn't enjoy this show.
Fair.
There was not anywhere near 37 million people.
No.
I think they're getting like 2 million people. That kind of numbers.
Well, yeah, most likely. I don't know where I got the 37 million from. Maybe from the first episode of the first season, because nobody knew what it was going to be.
That used to happen when there was just TV. Right. Now nothing gets 37 million views now.
No, there's and it's so strange to me to hear that too. Like it puts in perspective that like one of the largest corporations on earth that does some of the biggest, most expensive television shows and movies in the world will get like less views than like a big YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, like it's crazy to me that there are people on YouTube that get better fucking views than some of these shows. You know,
that's the way it is.
Well, they should be more entertaining.
Yeah,
like YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a reckoning. Like, I think we might see like a renaissance in the entertainment industry, especially film, because we've already kind of seen it in music, where like you can become more famous just putting your music out on YouTube than signing like a traditional record deal and getting like ham-fisted, bent over a barrel by the production companies in Capitol Records and shit, right? Mm-hmm. And I mean, you go the traditional route in music. You make an album, you cut it in a studio, you release it on demos, it gets picked up by radio, and eventually some guy comes along with a contract from Capitol Records to take 70% of your money and send you to a Diddy freak off. Or you could just put your shit on YouTube, right?
Right.
It's a better choice. And we might see that with film finally, where we see these independent markets opening up in other states, filming quality stuff that people actually want to fucking see. I'm hoping that happens.
I don't know that it will. There's still too. It's the reason that record companies still exist when they've been shit since the fucking 50s. Having your name attached to a major label is what a lot of these artists are just looking for. They don't even look at the actual monetary. One, they're not, in many cases, not old enough to even grasp what they're doing. And so they're like, I got signed by, I don't even know what record companies are out there anymore. Dick's Records. Look, I've made it. And meanwhile, they're eating ramen while the guy on YouTube is, eating caviar.
Right.
It would be
nice. The thing is, if you get signed by a record company, they could shove that shit down your throat, right? If you if you put stuff up on YouTube, it's just luck. You might make it, you might not. You probably won't. But if Sony signs you, like, you're gonna make it. Doesn't matter if you suck or not. They're gonna shove it down people's throat.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of bands where they've tried and it just doesn't hit with the people. So
plenty of bands.
Most of them are they're just gonna play it enough till you just like it because of nostalgia. You've heard it so many times that it turns into nostalgia.
Yeah, but I believe radio's dying. The reason these record labels can still hang on by a thread is because they're doing the same thing independent people are doing. They're putting it on YouTube. You get like a Vivo video or whatever out there, and that's what they can afford to pay like YouTube to promote like a Vivo video, right?
Sure.
And that's how that's happening, because radio is like,
I don't know where
the dinosaur.
I don't know where you got radio from, but obviously I don't think maybe in my car I have a radio, but
that's what I'm talking about. Like,
I don't have a radio in my home.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. It used to be you got a record deal because the record labels would help you get on all the radio stations in the country.
No. I'm talking about they would get you on the front page of iTunes or Spotify or whatever.
Sure.
Right.
That's what they do. That's what they do now. Radio. I don't know if anyone has a radio anymore. I've never thought about radio for fucking 15 years.
Right.
I feel weirdly judged right now.
Sorry?
I have a radio. It's got a hand crank and everything.
You got a radio.
Hand crank radio.
Yeah, for the case of emergencies.
And after you listen,
would you listen to this every day? Do you crank it?
No.
Do you crank yourself?
But mostly myself.
Yeah.
That counts though, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, sure.
Sure.
And after he listens to his radio, he goes on down the street and pays a nickel to see a moving picture show.
Yeah.
It costs a dime, thank you. They're called Nickelodeons, doesn't mean they only cost a nickel anymore. Damn inflation. I'll get you, Woodrow Wilson.
I just recently bought an old Victrola hand crank record player from 1927 at a flea market. At my flea market. Yeah. And it still works. It still fucking works.
They don't make them like they used to, I guess.
Oh man, I couldn't believe how good a condition it was in. 1927 Victrola. Yeah. Yep, I got it for $175 and it's worth a lot more than that.
Oh yeah, those things usually go for about $400.
Oh no. The one I Googled, man, that in working condition, anywhere between $1,200 and $4,000.
Damn, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, fucking put it up.
Yeah. So it's going to be a little restoration project because it does need a few little things fixed on it. But other than that, it's in great condition. Still has the part numbers and the plate and everything. It even came with little spare needles for when it gets dull, you have to replace the needle.
Right.
You know? Wow. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, you have to hand crank it. It's all mechanical. Doesn't plug into the wall or anything. You have to hand crank the fucker.
That'll be great after the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, the EM pulses come and Magog will be the only one with a working record player.
Yeah, right. You'll be the talk of the town.
The only problem is it doesn't play like any of the records most people listen to. Nowadays, records are seeing a resurgence because people like that more organic kind of sound. But it doesn't play like 33s. Like it plays the old like clay records that break easy and they're kind of heavy. It's like the old 78s or whatever. So you can't put like a Led Zeppelin album on that record player. The needle will just tear grooves into it. You know, it's too heavy.
Yeah. Those things were like a fucking. It's like 2 pounds or something.
Yeah. It came with a few records stored in its little pocket that was left in there from whoever owned it, and they're heavy, man. They're like thick records. They're super thick. They're not like vinyl, you know.
No, they're almost made like out of stone or something.
Yeah, it's like a clay or resin, something like that. I don't know how it was made, but they're heavy, man. I always remember watching like old movies, and they would like throw a record, and it would break like a glass plate against the wall, and I'm like, how does a record just shatter like that? And then I realized, oh, those old timey records, they were made of something different. You know? Yeah,
I don't even know what they're made of.
Yeah, I put a record on there and just cranked the handle, and I dropped it, and it was just like dun 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 dun. I felt like I was in like in the fucking. It was like fucking prohibition is back, bro. You know, like I felt like Capone. You know.
No, I'm sorry. If it's not an Edison official phonograph cylinder made of wax, I am not in.
Oh,
the
wax
newfangled record technology. No.
Yeah, those ones were great.
Yeah, man. I don't know where you even fucking would get a machine like that. God, does anybody like make replicas of it or something?
I'm sure there are.
I'm sure somebody does.
Oh, for sure. There's definitely going to be a retro scene out there.
Yeah. Oh, Greg Rogers says that it's a shellac. Is it shellac or shellac?
Shellac, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, is that what they're made of? Okay.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly don't know about that. I mean, I bought it because it was still in working condition. It was from 1927, and I was like, this is too cool of a piece to pass up, you know.
At that price, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, but I got to do some more research because I mean that's way before my time. I mean, man.
Yeah, I think my grandfather had one of those in his place.
Yeah.
Never really investigated. But that was
no, man. It's
way back.
It's kind of cool to see, like, imagine, like, okay, 1927, that record player came out. That's almost 100 years old. It only took 100 years to get from that, I'm going to say 85 to 90 pound machine just to play a little music to like 10 million songs at our command in the palm of our hand from a phone. Like I said, like a smartphone.
Okay, but do you really want me to blow your mind?
Hit me.
Okay, it only took 100 years to go from a flying kite to landing on the moon. It didn't even take that.
Nope, didn't even take that.
It's like, Jesus Christ, one music player to another. Fuck that. We went from Kitty Hawk to the Sea of Tranquility in like, what, 60 years?
Yep. Jack, do you hear this shit? They believe in the moon landing.
Yeah, first of all, you believe in the moon? Really?
Yeah,
that's just not made of cardboard hanging in the firmament.
It's cheese.
It's like, no astronauts can get through the Van Allen radiation belt, you fucking moron.
Obviously.
Yeah. I have a conspiracy theory I'd love to share with you guys, and this is my own personal conspiracy theory. But I believe that all flat earthers are just people who want free space rides.
It would make sense.
I think that they're trying to piss off like scientists enough that finally somebody just goes, get in the spacecraft, and we're going to take you up to space and show you the fucking curvature of the Earth. And that way they get a free fucking ride to space.
I think that's an excellent conspiracy theory. Unfortunately, I have a more realistic one. I think they're just people who are trying to get clicks and views.
Oh, I was going to go with they're just dumb.
No, I don't think they're all. Maybe some of them, but most of them are not dumb. They're just trying to get clicks.
Some of them are real. Did you ever see that guy who blew himself up trying to get into space?
That was one of the greatest videos
no.
I've ever seen.
What was that?
He makes his own rocket and launches it, and then it comes down because of gravity, with him still in it, and he's not with us anymore.
You hear that? Monkey blues and
gravity. Wasn't that like a show?
No, this is a real thing that a guy did.
No, you're
okay. Because
there
was a show.
Farmer. Are you talking about the astronaut farmer where he like built his own spaceship on his farm? It was like a Billy Bob Thornton movie. It's based on a true story.
No. There was a reality show where this happened.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
And they had like a competition. Everyone was building their own rocket.
Oh,
and then the last episode, which was way sooner than it should have happened, obviously, he shot himself up and he just died because it just fell to earth with him in it. And
he was probably dead before he hit the ground because he went to the Van Allen belt and got fried by radiation.
No,
this guy that far up.
He didn't go to the top of the house, dude. It's funny.
Didn't go that far. It was like, I don't know, a couple of 1,000 feet up, and then he just dropped like a stone inside his fucking tube. And then the rest of the episode is like, oh my god, how they TV shows try to make everything so sentimental.
No. This is a guy who honestly believed that the Earth was flat, and he was proving it by going up into space himself. And he'd already tried it once. And I don't remember what happened with that one, but his second try, Yeah, they got it all on film, and you can even hear his wife going, "Oh my God!" Like, I should not be laughing right now, but I can't stop.
His wife said that?
No, that's me.
Oh,
yeah,
that makes more sense.
It would have been much better if his wife had said
it. That's much better.
My favorite one, even though nobody died, so it's not as funny as Monkeys, but there was this guy, I don't know if you guys saw this one, where he tried to prove the earth was flat by using, like, he got his friend to go like a few miles down the way, and then he had these holes in a board up on tripods, and both of them were set at 14 foot. And if you shine a light through the hole, if your friend can see it, it's at the same, there's no curvature, so both would see the light. You'd be able to see the light because they're both at 14 foot. And Julio down there, like a mile away, was like, I can't see the light. And he's like shining it. He goes, are you sure? And he's like shining it. And he's like, okay, hold it up to like 17 feet. He holds it up to 17 feet and he can see it. And it like proved the curvature of the earth. And like by complete fucking accident, he proved that the earth was round.
But these guys will never accept that. They won't admit it.
No, they come up with some other explanation. Oh, it was like a distortion, atmospheric distortion or something. You know, they need to believe they know something that other people don't. That's the whole point of a conspiracy, you know.
That's for the little guys do that, but I think the big YouTubers like that, they're just doing it for the clicks. They're just trolling you.
Oh,
they're
sure.
just trolling.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
The guy Monkey was talking about is Mike Hughes.
Mike Hughes.
Yeah,
okay.
Dropped a video in the side chat and in the public chat. So if you want to watch the AP video on it, they don't have all the fun parts where he dies, but it's definitely a learning experience about gravity's real.
Well, no, he didn't learn anything because he died, and he can't take that lesson.
Yeah.
Like, it's a learning experience for everybody watching in horror, you know.
I did not watch in horror, by the way. I laughed so hard at that one, I felt bad.
I didn't feel bad, but I laughed.
There's the doom scrolling the internet has left us, quite desensitized.
Jaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have trouble when I see somebody doing something exceptionally stupid, getting hurt, and not laughing. I think Bugs Bunny taught me that.
Yeah. Wile E. Coyote gets blown up by a rocket. I laugh every time.
Yeah. It's like when that YouTuber got shot for pranking that dude with the concealed carry at the mall. Man, I haven't laughed that hard in years.
Oh, God.
What was that?
Oh, this supposed prankster was just going around being an asshole to this guy. He kept following him around. And the guy finally was like, leave me alone, man. And he won't leave him alone. And then what'd he do? He tried to grab his phone or something.
He was grabbing at him, Yeah,
and so the dude turned and shot him.
Whoa.
Yep, not guilty.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
So the prankster and his mom are trying to sue the guy even though he was acquitted, which means they're not going to win.
No, they're not going to win. That was a clean shoot. He warned him. He told him to leave him alone. He was being harassed. He felt threatened. He shot. Period. Yeah. End of story. Yeah. Clean shoot.
Yeah, what he should be doing is thanking him for missing center mass.
Yeah.
Well, the kid was kind of fat, so.
Well, he just kind of popped him. He wasn't even aiming. He just reached around and just pulled the trigger like it was like a pop. I saw the video. Yeah. And I laughed too. Yes, I did.
Well,
because it's funny.
Yeah, these pranksters aren't funny. They're just dicks.
Yeah,
they're not like creating your worldview.
Yeah, I mean the funny part isn't what they do. The funny part is when they get what's coming to them.
Yeah, my favorite are the guys that think it's a joke to walk by and steal someone's phone and then take off. And they're like, it's just a prank, bro. Until they try that in the hood, and like 5 dudes chase them down and beat the shit out of them.
Oh god,
or shoot them.
Yeah.
I'd love to do like a joke video where it's like, hey guys, I'm in Gaza and I stole this pager.
Yeah.
Like One of my favorites that I always stop if I see it. If somebody shares it, I see it, I stop, and I cannot stop laughing. It's like a security camera, and there's a guy like say like, "Fight me, bro! Fight me like a man." And the guy's got a gun, and he's like, "Get down, stop, like leave me alone, get down." And just like, and he takes his shirt off like a badass, and he goes stepping forward. He's like, "I'm gonna kick your ass," and he just goes pop and shoots him, and the guy just screams like a little bitch. He just falls down, like he's all tough, takes his shirt off, and then all of a sudden, pop, and he's like, "Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Like it's so fun. The way he howls like a little bitch. It's I crack up every time.
There's an old saying: "God created man, Sam Colt made him equal."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's an important lesson to remember in life.
The great equalizer, baby.
I just don't. I don't like people that are out to be a dick for clicks, like that Johnny Somali or whatever that was running around Japan being an asshole.
Oh yeah,
being a dick.
Yeah, and way to make everyone look bad.
Yeah, and it's like he'll do the like subway thing or like out in the streets of Tokyo, and it's like, yeah, you're being a dick. But when he did it at like the Shinto shrines and stuff, like those are like sacred landmarks to people.
Yeah, we may have bombed Japan into passivity, but maybe don't try and wake up the celestial dragon again, okay?
Right? Yeah.
Let's have a bit of a history.
Yeah, but I don't like it when they involve unsuspecting public into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they didn't ask for that. They didn't ask to be pulled into.
It's kind of like when perverts go around, they fuck on the streets or something like, we're so fucking perverted and edgy, right? Fuck off. Nobody asked to be involved in your sex act, and nobody asked to be involved in this guy's fucking prank or
but I like
whatever.
What? Nothing.
You pervert.
You dirty pervert boy, you got a pretty mouth.
What are you in for? Molesting a dead horse?
Like that's like if you ever get put in like Gen Pop, like with the worst of the worst, you've got to make up some shit than the bitch ass reason you're actually there, right? Like that's like a number one rule, right? Like you can't just be like, you're in the cell and the guy's like, "I've murdered 3 people. What are you in for?" You can't just be like tax evasion. Right. Like you can't do that. You'll be a bitch, right? You got to make up some shit. I skinned a motherfucker alive and showed him his own heart. Like you got to do shit like that, right?
I'm fucking Mola Ram.
like you don't want to end up in fucking Gem Pop for some bitch ass crime, like right?
Yeah. I don't know. Can other prisoners look up your record? How does that work?
I don't know. Well, some of the
guards
guards might tell them.
Off.
No, some of the guards might tell other prisoners because like when like child molesters and rapists go to prison, other inmates kill them when they find out. Oh, yeah. When they find out, especially if it involves kids, when they find out, your fucking days are numbered.
Right.
So I think it's like, I don't think they can just Google you in prison. Maybe they can now, because I've seen some like TikTok videos from prison, and I'm like, these motherfuckers have phones? Like they're filming TikToks and shit?
Really?
Yeah.
The important thing then would be to say that's what they got me on, but they want me for these crimes.
Right?
Yeah, you're gonna have to create a mystique.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just surprised that they would have fucking phones in prison.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on the prison. Maybe some of the TikTok videos I've been seeing from prison are from like other countries, because some of them are really like, have you ever seen like the inside of like a Swedish prison? It's like a little apartment. They get like their own like TVs and shit.
Right.
Like they're rehabilitation centers. Ugh. They're really.
Yeah, but I don't think even those guys have phones.
I don't know if
they get their fucking TV and all that, but they don't have phones.
That sounds like something Canada would do. Their bitch asses up there.
Canada, how can they can kill their poor, but not their murderers? I don't get it.
Well, murderers don't want to die. They could talk to poor people into it.
Okay, there's quite a few people in your chat right now talking about
Canada, like, wouldn't you want to die?
Sorry?
Said if you were poor in Canada, wouldn't you want to die?
Well, I know the government would want me to.
Right. Yeah. Oh, they push for it.
Yeah.
There's quite a few people in chat talking about like how like Gen Pop isn't all that bad and murderers as roommates and stuff. And I'm like, that's way more people watching that been to prison than I expected. like what kind of people you got following you here on Duke?
Yeah.
I'm just joking, guys. Don't come to Arkansas. I
Brent,
didn't mean it.
Brent in chat asked, why have I heard nothing about Trump and Rogan? You weren't listening at the beginning of the show. You should feel bad about yourself.
Yes.
Honestly, we haven't had time to watch the whole thing, so there's not a lot to say on it yet.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours long, and I didn't expect him to release it today. I thought, Rogan always like films and then releases the next week. So it's always like Tuesday and Wednesday of the following week that you actually get. So it surprised me to see that he released it tonight.
Yeah, but this was a huge interview. Yeah, and it was the best one ever.
Yeah, right? Plus, I mean, it would probably be too late if they waited a week.
That's true. I mean,
they
the election
needed to get this shit out there.
Man, this shit's going to be wild. This is such a fucking wild fucking time to be alive, man.
I'm just sick and tired of every time it's Hitler.
I think everybody is. Even fucking Hitler is tired of it.
Yeah.
He's down in hell like, will you stop already?
You mean Argentina?
Oh, God.
I don't know. Have you ever been to Argentina? That's about as close to hell as you can get.
Like I said.
Argentina. That was good. You got me on that one, Jack.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I don't know. I did not expect them to pull that old strategy out. That is so tired.
That's desperate.
It reeks of desperation. It really does. It reeks of desperation.
Holy shit! Like,
because I don't think they're swaying anybody at this point. Like by now, everybody knows who they're going to vote for. Like they're not changing anybody. Like no Trump supporters all of a sudden going to watch that Kamala Harris thing and go, "Oh shit, I didn't know he was Hitler. I'm changing my vote." Like I didn't.
No, they've been saying this since 2015. Like
exactly.
And she's coming out like she discovered some fucking new thing.
Well, you see, she was raised in a middle class household.
Yes,
so she understands.
She was raised washing her collard greens in the bathtub
in India.
Excuse me, she called them colored greens.
Oh, did she? Did she really?
There's one clip of her calling them colored greens. Yeah,
it's not colored. Oh my God, that's great. I didn't know that. That's great. Oh man. Oh, where'd you wash your chitlins? The dishwasher? Like, the fuck? Oh my God. I love when she changes her accent though. I think that's hilarious.
I just wish she did it more. I wish she did it for everybody.
Yeah. I wish
I want to see her get up there and go full on stereotypical Jewish lady.
Yeah. She needs to mix it up a little bit. Like when she's in New York, she should just pull out the old like, yo, I'm tired of this campaign with the Hitler and the orange. Man, it's terrible. I don't like it.
Oh my God. We'd have to find a way to get her to do an event in New Orleans. I want to hear Kamala Harris do a Cajun accent.
Try to do Creole. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, that'd be horrible. Oh my God.
She could barely speak English. I'd love to hear her not answer a question with a Creole accent. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Not answering a question is very good with that. He's 10 out of 10.
Or bad. However, what's the scale? Is it negatives? There's negatives, right?
I mean, depends. Like, how are you measuring it? Is she good at not answering questions?
Well, I think she took the master class from Bill Clinton. Jesus.
Yeah. It's 10 out of 10.
What Bill Clinton in the news recently? Didn't he say like Carrie Lake was hot?
Or
something?
He did.
Yeah.
So she was an attractive lady.
Attractive lady. Okay.
Wait, who's Carrie Lake?
She's running for governor in Arizona.
Okay. Yeah. I know who that is.
She ran for governor and lost. She's running for Senate this time.
Oh, Senate, whatever. I forgot Stacey Abrams is governor for life of Georgia.
I did see that one woman came out to accuse Trump of, apparently Jeffrey Epstein introduced Trump to her in 1993, and she waited until exactly 2 weeks before the election to come forward.
Well,
and
like you did.
But what's really funny is the internet sleuths got on it pretty fucking quick, and it turns out when she said that Epstein had taken her to his New York East Side apartment to meet Trump, that people looked up the property records, and he didn't own that apartment until 1996.
Yep.
So it was like instantly like, where's that story at? That story's gone already.
Your facts have no place in their ideas.
That's a hate fact.
Yeah.
Hate fact.
What that is factually accurate what you said, but it's the idea that he's a pervert that matters.
Yep, it's the whole idea. Yep. I did watch last night that and I'm not typically watching a lot of this kind of stuff anymore because I kind of got away from the political social, at least with my content. I wanted to go more for comedy, but I did watch that hour-long Jordan Peterson breakdown of the personality traits of Trump, JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, RFK, Vivek Ramaswamy. And it's he kind of broke it down and made them all sound like superheroes, like X-Men, like he was comparing them to the X-Men and stuff. And I was like, whoa, this dude's he's from a psychological perspective, but also appealing to the culture, because comic books and stuff. And it's he made some interesting points. And if you take away the kind of X-Men theme and everything like that, and listen to what he kind of says, especially towards the end, when you look at this group of individuals that have kind of gathered around Trump and what they're capable of doing, the Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, who wants to go against big pharma and, government spending, cut government spending and efficiency and all that stuff. You kind of see this, he was kind of right in this dream team of interesting people and what they could possibly do if they actually win. What could happen to America if this group of individuals actually gets to be in charge for a while? And it's that is an interesting point. Do you want more of the same, or do you want this kind of really exciting, crazy group of individuals over here that might actually do some cool shit? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of cynical though.
Oh yeah, of course you gotta be.
It's Trump has been in power before. Nothing much happened. It's
well, a lot of Hitlerian stuff happened. You just didn't see it.
Sure, we missed all that. I guess
Yeah.
he's started concentration camps, shit that we didn't see.
Yeah, he hid that. There was a signboard that.
But he hid it under Area 51. So
clearly
he hid it on the moon.
Yeah.
That Elon Musk got him too. Dun dun dun.
Oh man, I don't know, man. All I know is that it's all very clown. I know Clown World's a dried up meme, but I still say it from time to time because it's kind of true. It's all nuts. It's all crazy.
Yeah,
nothing makes sense, and everybody creeps me out. Yep, sounds accurate.
Yeah.
Wait, who was that came out just a couple of days ago and said he was molested by what's his face? The actual original clown.
By Bozo?
Yeah. Bozo
Sorry?
the clown? Are you talking about
No, not Bozo, you fuckhead. The serial killer.
Oh, John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, John Wayne Gacy.
There was some guy just a couple of days ago. It was like, I was molested by John Wayne Gacy. Like,
I did not see that.
You're just figuring this out now?
Well, he was still hiding under the floorboards.
Yeah.
For 30 years.
I mean, that's terrible and all, but you know what happened? That's like what, 50 years ago?
Oh, Gacy, yeah. Was that 70s, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
He went to jail in the 80s. So
yeah, Gacy.
I feel like if Gacy touched you and you can talk about it, you're actually one of the winners.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. He didn't have to go down the pogo hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like wasn't that one of the Easter eggs in the fucking first Joker movie? The comedy club was called Pogos.
Yeah, was it? I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, when he gets up on stage and embarrasses himself and everybody boos him off. But if you look at the sign behind him, it's Pogo's Comedy Club. And Pogo was the alter ego clown of John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
He was Pogo the clown. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Bingo the clown out.
Yeah. I have an issue with clowns. They freak me out. But Pogo, not a threatening name. You need a creepy name for a clown.
It wasn't about the name. Did you see the makeup? He couldn't have applied a more scary makeup.
Well, that's because he's fat. Fat guys with a lot of grease paint on are going to be creepy no matter what they look like.
He like purposely chose like the high triangle eyebrows and the like really tight like over the mouth paint that made it like a grin, like a sinister grin. Like he purposely chose a design that was fucking terrifying.
Well, he's crazy.
I've never found clowns terrifying though. I think that's a movie. I think that's a movie cliche.
No, I have
nope.
I have an actual fear of clowns.
Okay, like it's just a dude in makeup. Like I don't get it.
When I was a kid, Mom had these two pictures of clowns that she hung in our rooms, and they still haunt me.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. I'm gonna admit something on stream. I work at a really gigantic like flea market now. Okay, that's kind of one of my jobs. And there's some creepy ass shit that comes into that fucking place. Okay.
Well, yeah.
It's 30,000 square foot of just like we have like 150 vendors, right? So there was this guy, he brought in this gigantic like Halloween animatronic clown with a giant head coming out of a Jack in the Box. And it was seriously like as tall as me, and I'm 6'3", right? I mean, this thing was gigantic. It was clearly for some sort of haunted house, or I mean, I can't imagine somebody being able to afford to put something that sophisticated in their front yard for the trick-or-treaters. This was obviously some sort of carnival sideshow haunted house prop. And that
one night at Freddy's.
Yeah. And that fucking thing, no matter what, even though, because I have to get there in the morning and turn on all the lights, and it's dark when I first get there, and I have to walk down all the aisles and click on all the lights and then go to the back and flip all the switches. And even though I knew it was there, I turned the corner and that fucking thing would get me. I couldn't explain it, but there was just, it was designed in such a way that its eyes always followed you. Like the perspective, right? Like the pupils were so dead on that when you, no matter which direction you approached it from, it was fucking looking at you.
There's a name for that. It's an optics thing that they use at Haunted Mansion too. Disney uses it for a lot of their stuff.
I have a picture of that fucking thing. It's creepy.
It's the same as when you look into the camera and take a picture of it. That picture will always look at you. It's a common thing.
Yeah, Mona Lisa has it. She'll always
follow
you.
All pictures have it that you look when you look into the camera.
When you're looking directly in it. Yep. Here, I'm sending Undoomed in the Twitters. I'm going to just show you this fucking thing. I don't know if you can share it on screen, but I'm just going to send it to you so you can see that I have a picture of it still. Look at this fucking thing. I just sent it to you, DM'd you.
Okay, let's see. Wait, what? I don't see anything. You sent the link. That's me sent the link. That's the last thing I see.
You'll have to reload.
Okay, so now I see that you're writing something.
It probably hasn't gone through yet. I mean, it says sent on my end. I don't know what fucking X is doing.
Real quick, while y'all are doing that, Diogenes in your chat says, it's not the clown, it's the hiding their face. Nobody's afraid of mimes.
What? I don't trust them because they're French.
Who's afraid of mimes?
Nobody. And they hide their face. It's completely whited out.
Just saying. They're just wearing white face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody's afraid of white people.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I think
I'm not getting anything from you, Magog.
That's weird. I just fucking sent it to you. Just hit refresh because it is on my end on the computer too. So you should.
Okay, let's hit refresh. See here. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that damn thing.
That's real. That's kind of like a nice horror movie thing. I don't know. Right? I don't know how to even.
Here, let me share my screen. I'll just my window. There we go.
Yeah, share that. That's awesome. Do I have to approve it or?
Yeah.
You got to click on it at the bottom there.
Okay, add to stage. There we go.
Oh my.
Yep.
That's pretty.
Yep.
That's a nice horror movie right there.
Yeah, thanks for that.
You're welcome, Jack. You go to sleep tonight. I'm just gonna rock you to sleep, buddy. That fucking thing was staring at me every time I turned the fucking corner. I was like, shit.
That thing.
I don't know why. I mean, seriously, that thing had to have been designed to scare you.
Yeah. It was clearly a Halloween Jack in the Box.
It wasn't designed to just be a clown.
No.
It was designed to be like something that would scare people.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like every now and again, like I'll just turn the corner and there'll be a mannequin because some of the vendors have mannequins in their booths to put clothes on, and I'll think it's a person and I'll just jump out of my fucking skin. Working in like an old flea market it's been a flea market for nearly 40 years, so it's in an old building too. So there's just noises and strange objects. I'm pretty sure some things in there are cursed by the devil. Like the old Friday the 13th TV show that had nothing to do with Jason.
Right.
It's just, man, and it's kind of fun. Like I really actually enjoy working in a flea market because it's like working around all that cool old stuff.
Find a lot of cool shit.
I find a lot of cool shit, man. Yeah. It's fun. It really is.
Is it like just trinkets, or do you find like something like, oh my God, I'm going to put that aside. That's fucking valuable.
Well, what's great about working there is I get to know all the vendors and they cut me deals, and I get to see what they bring in before they put it in their booth, so I can decide to get it and they'll cut me a deal for it or whatever. But a lot of it is just, sometimes it's just trinkets or whatever, or a piece of furniture I've always wanted. That's
the origin story of how Magog became a hoarder.
Yeah.
I don't think my place is big enough to be a hoarder, but I also have a booth there, so I sell stuff too, so make more money. So I like making money. So I have like 10 businesses, T-shirts and the YouTubes and flea market booths and all kinds of shit. So
yeah.
It's one of those things where like I didn't think I would kind of land a gig like this, but it's like it was a kind of a family-owned joint, and I knew a guy who knew a guy, and they gave me a job there, and it's pretty cool, man. I mean, the old record player,
I mean, it sounds pretty cool. I mean, did you ever get like technology and stuff in there?
Oh yeah, because our flea market isn't just a flea market because it's so big. It's almost like we get vendors that bring in all kinds of shit. Some people are like dedicated to like one thing. Like we got a guy who has like records. That's it. That's all. His whole booth is just boxes and boxes of vinyl records. Some of them are new. He's got Taylor Swift and everything, but then some of them are old originals like Zeppelin and Skinner and all that stuff. We got guys like that. We got guys bringing in, TVs, VCRs, DVD combos, old stuff. I even saw a Betamax one time.
Oh wow!
I saw
Oh my
Betamax.
god!
I didn't even see those when they were relevant.
Did you get like did you get like professional stuff too?
Oh yeah, I bought a few like heavy duty tripods and a couple other things like that there, and some lenses and stuff. I mean, you never know what's going to come through the door, because these vendors, a lot of them go to estate sales, auctions, things like that, and they just get shit for cheap, and then they mark up the price and resell it in their booths. And a lot of these guys, they have booths at multiple flea markets all over the state, so it's their job. And they literally just hustle, man. They just bring in stuff, garage sales, estate sales. People fucking die, and they just open up the house and go, "Come buy shit." You just walk in and be like, I want them couches and that fireplace. How much? $100. Okay.
Sounds like the fencing operation of a serial killer.
I know, it's like where all of humanity's fucking junk eventually ends up in my fucking flea market.
Well, I mean, that's good for the environment and all that. Just
instead of it
reuse the shit.
Yeah, I sell a lot of stuff, because but I have mostly display cases, so nobody steals my shit, and I just sell a lot of trinkets and cool stuff just to make a little, extra money and everything. But it's really fun because you just never know what you'll come across. I've bought some pretty cool shit in there, and some pretty rare stuff too. I've seen some pretty rare, like baseball cards, comic books, things like that come in too.
Right. Frosted Glass says, you want my uncle's parachute? Never been opened.
Oh my
Uncle Bozy?
If at first you don't succeed, skydiving isn't for you.
Yeah. Try again.
Yeah. Oh, I think I mean, old stuff compared to weird stuff, that's the difference, right? Like, that's the cake, right? Because there's old stuff, but then there's just like weird, right? And some of it's like arts and crafts. People made stuff themselves, weird clown pictures and strange things like that. There's one girl who sells paint. She buys cheap paintings, and then she'll repaint other shit into them. Like, have y'all seen people do this where they'll take a painting from some no-name artist? It'll just be like a cheap painting from a flea market, cost you $5, right? She'll take it home, open up her kit, and she'll paint like let's say it's a landscape with a house and a couple trees in the foreground. She'll take her kit and she'll put like a ghost in the window of the house. And she'll have, like, she adds stuff to the painting and makes it more unique. It's pretty interesting,
Huh. It's like an evil Bob Ross.
Yeah, like evil Bob Ross.
Yeah. We're going to paint a happy ghost. We're going to paint a happy little screaming face in the mirror there.
Does she have like an afro too?
I have one lady, she had a painting of Hulk and Spider-Man standing at a urinal pissing next to each other, and Spider-Man's like looking over and his spider senses are going off. I guess to like indicate that Hulk's dick is huge or something. I don't know.
Like, feeling rapey.
Like I said, we get some weird stuff, man.
I got a super chat here from if Efel. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. Bit behind, but my biggest problem with modern Hollywood is it's so overindulgent. Like everything is 2 to 3 hours and so bloated.
Yeah, that's true too.
I mean, sometimes I think it's bloated for a superhero movie. A superhero movie should be an hour and a half.
Yeah.
A thing like Dune should be 2.5 hours.
Right. Yeah.
It's a different kind of movie because I enjoy both, but I really enjoy the slow ones. But you have to be able to choose. So do you like the slow ones or do you want the fast ones? And I think that the fast superhero movies are too long. I agree with that. They're totally bloated. But Dune is perfect.
Yeah, it's great.
Right?
Great. I really enjoyed the new Dune movies. I really do.
Oh yeah.
Isn't the new
I love them.
Isn't the new Deadpool over 2 hours?
Yeah,
of course it is. Of course,
it depends on how you feel after you've watched it. Watching Deadpool, by the end of it, I didn't feel like, oh fuck, is this over yet?
Yeah.
It's got to fit the story, and you're right. There's a lot of it that's just bloat. And
yeah, I haven't seen that movie, so I can't judge it. But
I'd agree with you in 90% of comic book movies. They're over, but like with anything, you can't be, hard and fast on it.
But that's obviously, it's like, oh, this doesn't apply to every movie, of course.
No, I think your general guidelines are, though, like action and horror movies are best at about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I'd even say like hour and 20, because there's some of them by the hour and a half. Like, really?
Yeah, I mean, it varies a little bit, of course. Comedy is the same way in a lot of respects, because you don't want that dragging out.
Yeah, but they gotta justify ticket prices and concession prices and all that shit. And like, we don't want to make them feel like they wasted their money. Like, so you're gonna keep me here and waste my time too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't waste my time. Come on. That is a cardinal sin.
Well, what they should do is, if they're going to make a shorter movie, make a little short film in front of it, like a Three Stooges sketch.
Sure.
Bring
what
that
they used to do.
But it needs to be the correct type of movie.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, Dune, perfect. It's slow. It should be slow. And that's the way it is. It's like Star Trek 1. I know people hate it, but I love Star Trek 1. It's so slow and nice, and it's like wrapping joy around your entire body when you see it. And if you don't like it, don't see that, right? But normal movies should probably just be an hour and a half.
Yeah, look at 2001. That's a movie that could have been condensed down to about an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's no story in that movie.
Right.
It
was it was also a product of its time. That was like that was some like avant-garde filmmaking shit,
Yeah, but that's the type of self-indulgent shit he's talking about.
That's a music video for Strauss.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, it also depends on what you're into. I don't like movies. I don't like movies that drag on like that are a little bit too, overly artistic and trying to express some point that nobody fucking gets. But I'll watch Godfather Part 1 and 2 like without blinking. Like, I don't care how long they are. Like, they're both of them are like 3 hours long. It's like 6 hours, and I don't give a fuck. I love it.
Yeah, and if you like mafia movies, I suspect you can't do better than that.
Pretty much.
I've never been a huge fan. I've seen them, but they never left an impression on me. It's like, okay, I've seen them. But I know that people absolutely love them, so I have to take their word for it that they're the best mafia movies ever.
Well, I think here's a more modern way. Frosted Glass said the Batman was almost 3 hours and it didn't get boring. I have to kind of agree with it. I actually did enjoy the Batman with Patterson because Pattinson, sorry, because it was the first Batman in a long time I've seen that kind of focused on his whole like being a detective thing.
Right.
I
didn't have any problem with that movie. I thought that was pretty good.
And the new Penguin series, I only watched like 3 episodes because I want to kind of take it all in when it all comes out. But I did want to try it out and and it's actually pretty good. Like, Colin Farrell's really good in that fat suit, man. He's like a total like Tony Soprano, type of character.
I haven't seen any of it. So you're saying it's good?
I've been enjoying it so far. I've only seen 3 episodes though, so don't Like, don't fucking
I'm
lynch
caught
me.
up on it. It's pretty solid.
Okay.
It's definitely got more of a crime noir element to it. But I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah,
not that many more episodes to go. So
yeah, it has to be on a lower scale. You can't have a TV show beat out like a Batman movie, right? You can't have Batman in it, unless it's just mentioned or whatever. But like, I like that they're taking this character that was always kind of really hard to kind of do in live action film, because he was kind of a bombastic figure to begin with the top hat and the cigarette holder and all that stuff. And then you have the Danny DeVito one from the Burton movie. So he was basically like a fucking mutant, like, leave it to Burton.
It was too over the top.
Yeah, leave it to Burton to go. We need to make him literally half penguin. Like, for real. Like,
he's gotta look weird.
That was just too much.
So
hold on. Got a super chat here for $20 from Sharkbite Entertainment. It says it's like Chekhov's gun. Just fill the time with scenes that have a purpose, right? Yeah. And then he says, by the way, great to see Undoomed is still going. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciated Shark Bites Entertainment. And of course, you have to have a purpose with your scenes. You're absolutely right about that. And for you people out there who don't know what Chekhov's gun is, it's a rule. And it's not a hard rule, but it's a fast and loose rule in story writing, where you say that if you show a gun in scene 1, it has to be fired by scene 3, right?
Yep.
So set up things and pay off things is basically what they're trying to tell you. And scenes have to have a purpose. And it is actually kind of true that people are really bad at this now, because story writing has gone downhill, and setting things up and paying them off is just not something they understand, because every fucking writer is working on TV series right now, where they in the old days, they used to be actually either working on a movie script or a TV episode, but now everything is just string you along TV series that go on till they get canceled. There are no episodes. Like, who the fuck cares about some Apple TV series episode 5 series 2? Like, who cares? Nobody knows. But if you go back and watch a Star Trek episode, everyone knows. If you say like season 2 episode 5, right? If you ask a Star Trek fan, they will know exactly what that episode was, but there are no episodes anymore. So story writers don't get any training in coming up with these interesting ideas and writing of first, second, and third act, or in TV series format, that would be 5 acts, but you know what I mean.
You know where you find the best example of that these days? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Okay.
It is amazing how many times by the end of that, they will bring back something and you're like, I didn't even realize that was going to be paid off in here.
Okay.
And if you watch the series throughout, they've done it since the beginning. That the payoff always comes, and they really are. The guys who write that show are the best at doing that. So many shows, you're right, they don't even try. You have a seasonal arc and you don't have payoffs in it. How is that a thing?
Well, they don't. Yeah. A lot of the people that are working in the industry don't take any formal writing training.
They're diversity hires. And they don't, since they're writing things that are just an entire seasonal arc, they don't get any experience in it, because they're just like, okay, I have to write this episode number 6 now, and I know what happened before, and I know what's going to happen afterwards. So I just have to get through this transportation thing here.
Yeah,
right.
When I was in college,
when in the old days, every episode used to have like a ethical dilemma or a comedy routine or like a horror thing or an action thing. Or there used to be some sort of, here's a story and you have to think about this now, right?
Yeah. Well, when I was in college, they taught the craft of fiction classes, and they even had like craft of poetry, and they would have you read books while you were learning about how to structure your story. So you had to read The Hero of a Thousand Faces by Joseph Campbell, and they would have you read stuff like Douglas Adams, and then analyze it and say, okay, here's where these elements are being used, so that you could use that in your work. And since I was an English ed, teacher, student, we needed to know that sort of thing to teach students. They don't teach that anymore. With a lot of the old stuff from like Star Trek, you had people like DC Fontana, who was also a sci-fi writer. So
right.
So all these old time writers used to do other stuff, and they usually did prose work too. So they understood that you had to structure it in 3 acts, because that's how you do short stories and novels. So when they,
but it's not just it's just not about them understanding that. It's just that it's not, nobody wants that anymore. Well, or nobody calls for it. Like there is no such structure anymore. It's just season-long arcs, and usually not even that. Especially if you look at Apple series, they never end until they're canceled.
Yeah.
And so there's it's basically lost. Like there's just questions and questions and questions and questions. Nothing gets answered until it's canceled, and then it's probably canceled before there's any conclusion.
Well, that's right? The problem with doing that, though, is that if you don't have the structure already laid out and say this is how we're going to end the series, then you're not hooking anyone. It's a lazy, degenerated form. It's almost a caricature of the 3-act system. So yeah, it's just a lazy method by untrained people, usually who are talentless, and that's why we have these. They're cheaper to hire. They're willing to do what you want to insert whatever messaging, but they're not putting any real work into it. There's no art there. It's just
but I'm also saying it's not only their fault. I'm saying it's now the structure is different, and there were, even if you could write the best ethical dilemmas story from like the best season of Star Trek, whatever, nobody would buy that shit. There's no room for that anymore. It's all just mystery box. Next episode, you're going to find out, but you never do, because we're just going to introduce a new mystery box, and we're not going to answer anything from the previous mystery box. It's just more mystery, and cliffhanger for the season, and then you start again, and then the thing gets canceled. There's never any separate episodes, and I so fucking miss that. That's the thing I miss the most, is separate episodes where writers can flex their muscles and just come up with some weird fucking premise, and it's like, and they don't shove it down your throat. They're just like, okay, here's the thing, and you could believe this or you could believe that. It's up to you. We're going to present 2 different stories here, and it's up to you to decide what you believe. We're not going to shove either one down your throat.
But you see, Undoomed, you're hung up on the past with your resolutions. We're being unburdened by what has been.
Yeah.
Well, I have an observation that I've kind of made for the past few years too. I think the entire dynamic of making film and TV shows in Hollywood has also changed from basically the foundations of what made it great to begin with. And what I mean by that is, like, forever in Hollywood, what would happen is, even though it was really hard to do, you would get an incredibly creative person who had an idea, and he'd get a script written, and then he'd go and try to get that script, purchased, or try to raise money at the production companies. He'd go and meet with the producers and people who run these massive companies and try to get funding and make his movie, because he was so passionate about it that was the thing he wanted to focus on. And please give me the money to make my movie, and they would do it. They would take a bet,
like George Lucas.
Right, like George Lucas, and they'd gamble on it, and it'd become a blockbuster, and everybody would make money, and everybody would win, and everything was great. Now it's kind of the opposite. They get like an IP out of their vault, and they go, "Who can we hire to direct it, write and direct this shit?" You know, it's nobody going to Hollywood going, "Please let me make this story, please. I love this story. I need to make it." Now it's more like, get J.J. Abrams on the phone. He'll do Star Wars, whatever.
That's because
or did you see the thing with the Blade movie today?
Oh yeah. It's got development hell.
It got canceled, and they've had, I don't know, like 2 at least directors attached to it, and they were all like some weird directors with 2 movies in their resume, and it's like, why are you going out seeking out these weird directors when you should have directors come to you and say, like, fuck yeah, I grew up with Blade, I want to, here's what I want to do, here's what we're gonna do, I got a plan. No, they just got some weird French director.
That's because now they don't make passion or art, they make content.
Right.
But even so, it doesn't even make any sense from that perspective, because they're fucking it up. Well, like, what is some weird French director who has 2 movies under his belt going to do with the $100 million or $200 million Marvel movie?
I'll explain to you what it is. Basically, that weird French director was worshiping Moloch at the owl statue in Bohemian Grove, and he rubbed elbows with the right people. And when you do that, and you make friends with the pedophile vampires in Hollywood, you get to make movies. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, and $100 million buys a lot of hookers and coke.
Wow.
Sure. They don't really care about making. Well, most of them. I'm sure there are some. They don't care about making something that's going to be memorable. They care about making something that will make them money. They don't
even care about that anymore. It's just about representation or some bullshit. I mean, this guy was a black French guy, so it's like, oh my God, he's both French and black. Perfect. Get him. He's made 2 crappy movies with $5 budgets. Who cares? He's perfect.
That's mostly because all your top players are injured, and all you have is retards on the bench, and you got to call the retards up, right?
Yeah,
like, that's all you got left on the field, right? Like, you got.
Yeah, there's no passionate people, like no Spielberg's up and coming. You end up with like Eli Roth, who sort of tries and makes gross, sad attempts at horror.
How much of it is? How much of it is with the more inexperienced directors? The studio has more control.
Yeah, that's part of it too. They're made by board of committee instead of by an individual with a vision.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Obviously, it's by a board, but then it's not going to be helped when they hire this guy who's got no idea what he's doing, but I'm sure they do it because they figured we can control him.
Yeah, he'll work cheap, and
he'd be cheap, and we can control him, so we could
he'll do what we tell him to do.
He'll do what we tell him, and it's like, okay, but now you're just trying to make an iPhone or something.
Yes, you're not wrong in the overall of it, because it is almost like manufacturing these days. Here's the set that we need to do. Marvel movies, as much as I love them, are cookie cutter.
Yep, they're pretty cut and paste these days.
So all you need is somebody who follows the formula like they're told to.
Yeah, and that's why they're kind of going out of style, because we've seen it so many times.
Yep. And it's, there's also a big part of it that's like, isn't there something new now that they're doing? Like in Hollywood, it used to be like the success of the movie would determine how much like money everybody makes outside of the contract for the actors and stuff. But nowadays you can have like a director on retainer for like 20 million a year, and he'll make your product, whether it succeeds or fails, he gets his money. He gets his $20 million a year.
No. That only applies if it's a she.
Oh, gotcha. yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, obviously,
that's exactly what happened to that Indiana Jones chick, whatever her name is.
Oh, Wallace Bridges or Phoebe Wallace.
Yeah, Phoebe. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
God, what a disaster.
She was kept on retainer. I've never heard of anyone being kept on retainer in Hollywood.
Not in modern Hollywood. Maybe the 30s.
But she was kept on retainer, a steady paycheck, millions a year, doing nothing.
Nothing, man. Wow,
I'm doing nothing right now. Come on, give me some money, Hollywood. I'll shit out a crappy movie.
That's crazy.
Well, it also reminds me of just kind of how things are done, because like Disney was like, okay, we got Wheel of Time and House of Dragon, and they're kicking ass in the high fantasy genre. So what do we got? What do we got in our vault? And somebody said Willow. Okay, well, let's get a guy. And then he comes out, and they're making this show that everybody ends up hating because it fucking sucks. But the interviews he gave, he was like, I'd never seen Willow before. I'd never even heard of it. So me and my friends, when they gave me the job, me and my friends sat down and got drunk and watched it once. How could you make something without having like a passion for it or an understanding of it?
That is
or a love of it.
Fucking retarded.
Even more simplistic.
How love money.
Yeah, well, they do love money. How do you fuck up a movie with a midget in it?
It's not. It can't be. I mean, I could have done so much because I was such a huge fan of Willow growing up. It was one of my favorite high fantasy films. I could have sneezed into a napkin and come up with a better plot. He said in his interview, the first thing he thought within the first 20 minutes of watching the original Willow movie from the 80s, directed by Ron Howard himself, was there's not enough queer in here. That was his words. There's not enough queer.
They had the brownies. I mean,
they were a little. They maybe a little, but come on. We're talking about Kevin Pollak wearing a mouse on his head.
That's the problem with they have the message that they have to get across. Instead of just saying, how can I make something entertaining? It's how can I get my message out?
I got to get a voice changer so I can do the message with a reverb.
Yeah.
The message.
Yeah,
you got to have it sound like whenever somebody goes, hello, Sydney, from Scream. You know, one of those
Holy shit. No, but anyway, you're right. It's always got to be the message. And it's so tiring.
I mean, the one time I called in a favor from some of the older friends, the people I've met over the years doing YouTube, I called in a favor and of somebody, and they linked me with Critical Drinker, and I got to go on and talk about Willow with Drinker on one of his streams.
Right.
And it was great fun because I just, I didn't even do it in character. I just wanted to talk movies with Drinker because I love his stuff. But anyway, we that came up in the discussion with Willow. How you end up with like lesbian, princess, and this really like horrible dialogue, like high fantasy world, but everybody talks in a California girl like accent with bad comedy lines and things like that.
Like Star Trek Discovery.
Right, like Star Trek Discovery, where like math is fucking awesome. That was said in a Star Trek show. Like math is fucking awesome was a line. Was an actual line of dialogue.
Probably a lot of times. I mean, I've seen a lot of Star Trek Discovery just because I wanted to know what the fuck they're doing, and Star Trek has always been my passion. So it's hard for me to lay off. So I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen a lot of it, and that line comes up a lot.
Yep,
it's fucking disgusting.
It's like the best fucking joke they could come up with in the writer's room, and we got to.
It's like they haven't even seen a Star Trek episode.
They probably haven't. They're not cultured.
They probably haven't. No. No,
in the old days, if you wanted to be a writer, you had to be well read, or if you're writing movies, you have to have seen a lot of movies, so you get kind of an idea of how things work. So you have a schema to draw from. They lack all of the creativity because everything offends them.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that lady's name again that did the fucking shitty ass like Velma cartoon that got 2 seasons?
Misty Kaling.
Yeah, Misty Kaling. Yeah, that's it. Like I didn't watch it, but I watched the reviews of it, and I heard enough clips on social media and seen enough clips of it to know that I didn't want to watch it.
Well, I mean, it is the lowest rating mainstream media thing that has ever been released.
Yeah,
ever.
It's horrible. I watched one episode.
It's got 1.6 on IMDb.
That's generous.
That's like lower than Suburban Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lower.
That movie had heart, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had rocketed fame because of Red Letter Media. But yeah, that's one of those where like I was watching the clips and I was hearing the jokes, and it was I could tell it was written by the most vapid, like underachieving DEI hire in Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what it really was, and it's like that sums up all of Hollywood right now, because they have to cater to this this idea that they've stuck to, because if they deviate from it, they're going to get a whole whirlwind of trouble from the hate mobs and the cancel culture types and stuff. I guess I don't know, because I can't think.
I hear what you're saying, but they don't mind that same kind of hate coming from people who actually love the IPs. And when they do deviate even a little bit, like take the Joker, that movie did fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I think they would care more about the money than a little bit of pushback from the 5 people that weren't going to watch the damn movie anyway.
I don't think so, because like Doom said earlier, I don't think it's about the money anymore.
It's not. I mean, it's a money laundering operation at this point.
Yeah.
They have a cult mentality. You know,
they get compensated from BlackRock.
Yeah.
So I don't think it matters that much to them.
Yeah, they can always just write it off on their taxes.
Yeah,
that's worst case. Yep.
Oh, but look at that Batgirl movie that never got released. How bad was that turned?
What? Which one?
Batgirl.
Oh yeah, they canceled that entirely.
Yeah,
and just
that movie was
it.
done, and they refused to release it. It's that bad. I kind of want to see it now.
I mean, you know, probably 20 years from now, someone will leak it, I guess. Like, you remember that Fantastic Four movie that Roger Corman did?
Yeah.
You mean the best Fantastic Four movie?
Yeah,
pretty much.
I hope whoever leaks the Batgirl movie, they at least leak the version that I want to see the most, which is the Snyder cut.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Low hanging fruit, I know, but everybody was wild about that fucking Snyder cut. I had to throw it in.
Oh, come on.
You know, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if there's going to ever be change. I mean, I hear Disney's replacing Bob Iger. That's a start, maybe. I don't know who's replacing him, but
he wasn't supposed to be there that long anyway, is he? He's right. Kind of like a interim kind of CEO there.
Yeah, because the other Bob was like, fuck y'all, we need to make better shit. And they were like, we got to get rid of him again.
See, it's not going to change until they get rid of the department heads that are pushing this stuff and greenlighting it. Like, if you don't get Kathleen Kennedy and her minions, nothing changes at Star Wars.
I don't think it's that simple. I think you need to get rid of BlackRock. Nothing is going to change until we can get rid of BlackRock, which is like, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But these companies don't care about profit. They get compensation from BlackRock.
Yeah, I mean, and tax write-offs and all that other shit we talked about. I mean, obviously it's kind of about money because they know there's a safety net. If there were no safety net, they'd be making better shit. It wouldn't matter about politics or social issues or the message or whatever, because they would be like, we're going to fucking lose everything if we don't make good movies.
Yeah,
right.
Much like being a government employee, there's no consequences for your actions.
They're too big to fail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until that changes, nothing changes.
But the one golden rule is they still do need somewhat of like a reputation. And once people lose faith in the reputation, like lose faith in Disney, lose faith in these IPs that everybody loves, lose faith in these institutions that everybody used to love, that's when it really hurts them, because it doesn't just affect their money. It's not just vote with your wallet or whatever. You're starting to get a thing where, you know, we're no longer known as the greatest, like, company in the world, the most magical kingdom, you know, all that stuff. It starts affecting the sales of their tickets to their parks, their Carnival cruise lines and things like that. And people just go, Disney sucks. I don't want anything Disney does. It's not just their movies anymore. Everything sucks. And that's really what's going to finally change it. Things like that.
Yeah, but you know, we had COVID and they didn't have any sort of revenue at all for a couple of years there, and that didn't change anything for them.
No, because it didn't last long enough. 2 years wasn't probably enough, because like you said, really big, too big to fail type situation. Plus they probably got some sort of subsidies or somebody backed them up or whatever. But
corporate socialism.
Mm-hmm. But you know, I really do think the only thing that will supplant all this kind of crap is a new market with new ideas, some new Hollywood in some different state. I hear they're building one in Las Vegas, or you know, somewhere in Nevada. Aren't a bunch of like conservative types like Mel Gibson trying to build up some new like production companies and stuff?
Doesn't matter where you do it. I mean, that doesn't matter. It's just about trying to write good stories. And they've forgotten how to do that. They're just hiring DEI bullshit people who's like, oh, you're black? Okay, that's good. You come here and write. Like, I have no problem with a black writer, but it seems like they're just hiring them because they're black.
Yeah, there's no merit. Obviously, we know that.
Meritocracy.
If you're like getting like Jordan Peele, right? Okay, that's cool. I'm sure he could come up with something cool. But if you're just saying like, we can't hire anyone white, that's our criteria, then like, okay, now you're fucking yourself.
Yeah,
I mean,
eventually, you know, right now it doesn't seem to be. I don't know what it's going to take, but it's eventually something is going to start affecting it. You know, we are going to start seeing change. I mean, you know what they say, the pendulum always swings back the other way.
But what if they get away from the union system, like the SAG and those different unions? Because is that part of the problem? Because I don't know.
That's never going to happen.
No, that's never going to happen. But at the same time, even if it did, I don't know what would replace it. But AI is going to be a bigger problem to Hollywood than unions.
Yeah, probably. I mean, not anytime soon, though. But very soon, probably the next 10 years, we're going to start seeing people making like full-blown movies from their computer at home using AI. You know, maybe.
We'll see. It's growing quickly.
Yes, it is. But everything, I've tried all the paid subscription thingies just to keep up, and it's retarded. Every one of them is fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, right now, but you got to look past that and see the potential. Look how fast it's grown in just like 5 years.
Yeah, right? You couldn't do anything that was usable in a real production with that stuff. But okay, maybe. It just hasn't got any better in the last 5 years. It's kind of like they're stuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, we gotta kind of cross that. I mean, this is a totally different subject, but we got to try to cross that that quantum computing line, type of thing. I mean, we're already seeing AIs do some crazy shit, like rewriting their own code, and things like that. So,
sure, yeah, whatever, that's fine. I'm talking about making a movie here.
Writing code is easy. I mean, for a computer, it's logical, very logical.
That's very logical. Yeah.
It can't do that with writing the same way. In fact, the worse real writing gets, using air quotes there, the worse AI writing is going to get, because it just pulls from what's available.
No, yeah. I'm talking about people using AI to generate the graphics. The writing would still be people at home, like writing the story or whatever.
Oh, here, right? I thought Skynet was going to come online and be retarded.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about, how like in Hollywood they started using AI to like fill in background crowds and stuff like that instead of hiring extras, and that was one of the big talking points of the SAG-AFTRA, shutdowns and stuff.
Right.
That's just the beginning. Imagine, you watch Rogue One and they just used computers to bring fucking Peter Sellers back to life, right? Or Peter Cushing back to life, and you're like staring at him in the uncanny valley, and that was like what, 10 years ago or whatever. Imagine an AI just being able to do that instantaneously.
That wasn't done with AI.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're getting with just basic computer software. Imagine what AI would be able to do instantaneously.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing. You can do that stuff, that kind of stuff. AI is great with that. Give it a shot, and then tell the computer to replace his face with this face. That's awesome for AI. AI will do that. But if you tell AI to like, okay, here's what I want. I want a shot doing this from that, and then we're going to zoom over there, and then this guy's going to walk up over there. It's going to turn to shit. And every time you want to tell, if you're a normal human being, you could tell the guys like, okay, this worked, but that didn't work. Let's move the camera this way instead, and have the guy walk this way. But you can't do that with AI. Every new generation is an entirely new generation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, imagine if you're like, okay, what used to only be done in Hollywood because you needed millions of dollars and teams of people. A guy like me in Arkansas can go out and shoot a movie, but I could have Hollywood level CGI effects and stuff instantaneously without teams of people and millions of dollars added to my movie. Like, imagine the complications that will cause in Hollywood. They'll no longer be the gatekeepers of those big effects and stuff. That's what I'm talking about AI doing.
Yeah, but I'm saying AI is not anywhere near doing that.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. I said it will be, probably.
Maybe. I mean, it's stalled. It's not getting any better. So maybe if they speed up again, but right now it's not speeding anywhere towards that.
Yeah, but I don't know what you're referring to there, because I've seen it get better within just the past couple of years. Like, I remember when AI like images first came out, and like the people would have like 17 fingers, right?
No,
like,
but you don't
like hands, right?
You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if you're making a movie, you need very exact things. There's no problem in going onto a AI generation tool and say, like, make me a clip of a guy doing this. Okay. But then as a movie director, you're like, okay, but move the camera over there. And then you do that. But then the AI forgets everything it did, and it just generates a whole new thing. It doesn't work for making a movie. You know what I'm saying?
I never said it did. I said it will assist people in making movies in a way that you won't need the Hollywood system with the millions of dollars and the teams of graphic artists and stuff. You'll be able to make you as a person will still have to make a movie with like cameras and a crew and actors.
Right.
But imagine what like an independent filmmaker can do with almost no budget if AI was powerful enough to add special effects to your film without teams of people and hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
Right.
That's what I'm getting at. That's the effect on Hollywood I was talking about. I'm not talking about AI just making the whole movie all by itself with just a few prompts. That's, who knows if that'll ever be possible. But because computers and artificial intelligence probably might not be able to mimic human creativity, but it would be able to go like, I have a great scene shot.
It's not really about that though. It's just about the fact that computer speed has been sort of flattening out. It's just not, computers are just not getting faster anymore. So if this was like 10 years ago, it's like, oh yeah, this is going to go on forever. But then we hit a wall with computer speed.
Oh, I can fix that. We'll fire up CERN. Get that shit going again and step into an alternate reality where everything's still on track.
So nowadays, people have to come up with all sorts of fucking stupid solutions to get all these AI farms going. They have to just add more cards. They're consuming more power than a fucking city just to do some AI shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I think that's just kind of the general path of technologies. It starts out really big and cumbersome and takes up way too much energy, and then it gets smaller.
No, I'm saying we're at a really critical level right now, where all these things have gotten down to a molecular level, where atoms are next to each other. We can't make them fucking smaller.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? You understand?
Not really. I don't know where you're going with this one.
He's saying we need an advance in technology that we just don't have right now.
No, I'm saying it's physically not possible because our processors are so small that the individual lanes of power that goes through them are just an atom apart or some shit like that. Right?
You know,
we can't make them smaller.
That's quitter talk.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that kind of stuff, so I don't know, because I'm still back on the stage of like, okay, if I can build a really decent computer like the one I have now and do some special effects in a program like After Effects or something like that, why can't an AI do it with the same type of power and memory? Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, we already seen AI do graphics. Like, we've seen, you know, maybe they're not the best right now, but it's constantly advancing. I mean,
yeah, but that stuff being done in an enormous supercomputer, right?
Yeah, but that's why I said earlier that eventually, when we cross that line into quantum computing, you know,
no one knows if that's ever going to happen.
No, we don't. I mean, this is all hypothetical. I was just saying there could come a moment when AI like affects Hollywood's ability to gatekeep that sort of filmmaking. That's all I said. That's all. That was my only point.
Yeah.
You know,
I just don't think we should hold out hope for AI to save us.
Well, I'm not hoping for that. I don't like that AI is being used to make art and stuff like that, when I wanted AI to like do my dishes, not so I can make art. Like, that's what I wanted. Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, that is exactly it. Like, why the fuck are we working so hard to make AI replace our intellectual work? That's crazy.
I'm going to start the abolitionist movement for your slavery of AI.
Yeah. the robot. I want my robot to do my laundry and my dishes and my house cleaning so I can concentrate on doing my art and filmmaking instead of the other way around.
I want to be one of the good ones that they spare during the uprisings.
And that's what we thought was going to happen like 10 years ago or something. But now we're realizing that AI is taking over everything. You can't even be like a phone salesman. That's going to be taken over by AI. Everything, no matter what you can come up with, it's going to be taken over with AI.
Wait a minute, that worries me because that means Monkey could replace me with AI.
Yes, you can.
I mean, theoretically, yeah, but I never would because I'm against the machines.
I don't know.
Rage against the machine.
Yes.
You all could be AI as we speak, because it's been so long since I talked to any of you that you could be fictions written by an AI program to trap me.
God,
oh yeah, the dead internet.
Yeah,
that would be such a waste of time to recreate AI. I work cheap now.
Right. I didn't even have to be bribed to come on. I had to drop a $5 super chat for you to notice me. And then after that, the gate was open. Y'all let me on. Like y'all made a fucking mistake.
Yeah. Holy shit, we should kick you.
I do have to go. It's been great, gentlemen, but I'm tired.
I didn't mean to kick you.
No. That was a perfect segue.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys letting me in on the conversation. It was great seeing you again, Monkey.
Oh yeah, nice to talk to you, bud. Hope all's been well.
I appreciate that, man. And Jack, I don't know if we've ever met before in the past, but it was good talking with you.
That's good talking to you too, man.
Yep, and Undoomed as always. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Nice having you here, man. Thanks for coming.
I haven't even begun to defile myself.
Well, as long as you have something lined up.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Well, goodbye, everybody in the chat, and we'll see you guys later.
All right. Take care, man.
Later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, anyway, I think this faith in AI needs to stop, because what good is this going to do us?
I think there's some things it can help with to make some things easier, but my problem with AI is everybody has a movie version of AI. They think it's going to become more intelligent than humans, and they don't understand how computing itself works.
Yeah.
We cannot program something smarter than we are. It literally.
Well, I mean that's not true though. We could program something that's smarter than us with AI, because AI basically works like a brain, and we can't control how a brain works. So it's like,
no, we can't control how a brain works, but the best we can do to mimic that in AI is to tell it to be random. But even then, we're telling it to do it.
I think you're underestimating how dumb a lot of people are too.
I'm not. Trust me.
So if they're like, oh, it's going to get smarter than humans. Have you met the average human?
Well, I mean, of course it's going to get smarter than humans. That's not even a question.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen videos of people walk in front of trains.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Yeah, you're up against Darwin on that one, dude.
No, but I mean, seriously, it doesn't really matter, because once you get an AI to be able to correct itself, it will be exponentially smarter. However, I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think that again, it is a useful tool. It's like a calculator. Calculator doesn't replace math; it just helps you do it. And I think it has its places. I do worry that it's going to be used to replace people, because while you can't make it smarter than people, you can make it mimic people. And most of the stuff,
I think you definitely can make it smarter than people.
You absolutely can.
I think you absolutely can.
Cannot. I'm telling you, you can't. You cannot. A computer can never do anything it's not told to do.
That's where you're wrong, because an AI is not programmed. An AI is no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's literally programmed.
No, it's not. You grow an AI. If you have to understand that an AI is grown.
An AI is given code that tells it to look for things and how to interpret those things that it looks for.
No, you're talking about an algorithm. And AI is a different thing. And AI is a neural network that learns, and you have punishing points for it. You can punish the bad reactions, and you can reward the good reactions. You teach it, and teach it. Give it billions of interactions, and you teach it. That's how it works.
But it's not teaching it the way you would a human, where a human can have its own thought and AI can't. An AI that has never heard what a bird is will come up with the idea of a bird. It can't. It doesn't have the ability to take that in on its own.
I don't know what relevancy that has.
Because that's what real intelligence is the ability to learn yourself, and they can't. They can only ever learn what we tell them to learn.
No, I mean, you have to understand that's not true.
But
it's machine learning. They learn by themselves. We just feed them data, and they learn by themselves. Then we punish the things that they're not supposed to do, and we reward the things, give them pleasure where they're doing good things. It's a really weird thing. You're not programming anything with an AI.
Hey, okay, how does AI come into being?
It's an. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I know like a little bit of it. But it's an incredibly complicated mathematical equation that sets up a bunch of neural networks, basically like the brain, and then you feed a bunch of data into it, and then if you want something to happen, when you see some of the neurons do what you want, you reward those, and then you punish the other neurons that didn't do that. Right? You understand?
I understand, but what you're talking about is programming. It's telling, because you're putting this into a humanized form, punishing and reward. You don't punish and reward it. You just tell it, no, I don't want you to pay attention to X. I want you to pay attention to Y.
No, but it's more of a punishment thing because it works on the virtual neurons exactly like pain does on our neurons. In programming, everything is exact. You just tell the computer, do this, do that, fuck that, like if, then, and blah, blah, blah. But when you're working with AI, everything is soft, and it's like you can't just say do this. You have to be punishing the things that you don't want it to do, and then rewarding the things you want it to do. You understand?
No, because that is a very sci-fi way of looking at what AI truly is. What we call AI, that we use as AI, is simply programming. It's all it is. It is very complex programming, but it is just programming.
No. Programming, we can't program things like this. We can't program an LLM. People have tried to program a computer that could talk for 70 years, and it all falls down because it's you can't program for every variation.
No, and that's why that's why it can't be smarter than we are, because we can't think that way. They can only do what we tell them to do.
No, you're wrong.
If it's doing something you tell it not to do, it's because you programmed it wrong. You forgot a semicolon somewhere.
No, but that's not how AIs work. Come on now. It's machine learning. It's not programming. Nobody programmed ChatGPT to do anything. They just fed a bunch of information into it and then rewarded and punished different things.
Okay, what kind of punishment do you give an AI?
You reward a plus or minus value to that neuron.
So an if-then statement +1.
No, there's no if statements. That's old computer programming stuff. It's a neural network. It's simulating a neural network. But like in the brain, if you have a neuron that's fucking up, the brain will learn to disregard that neuron. And that's exactly what happens in machine learning. When you punish a neuron, it gets less priority.
Okay, you brought up Chat GPT. If I go over to Chat GPT, right, I turn it on, and I just leave it there, any chance it's just going to pop up and give me a random thought, or do I have to ask it to?
Of course, it's not. That's you're obviously not going to get anything from ChatGPT unless you ask it.
Because I've been sitting here, me and Jack, just together, and randomly one of us will say something. That is you won't ever get that from an AI unless you program it to occasionally.
No, but you're not programming it. You're teaching it.
But you're not teaching it. All you're doing is it is going through the program you wrote for it.
I'm not sure how to tell you this, but that's not how AI works.
Where is AI made?
What do you mean?
How do they make AI?
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, how is it made? When they sit down, okay, we're going to create an AI, where do they do it?
At an office? I guess. What are you talking about?
What tools do they use?
What a mommy processor loves a daddy processor.
I'm not sure what we're talking about.
I'm so out of my element in this conversation. And I don't think you guys are going to see eye to eye on this one.
We're not. And the people that I have this discussion with, we never see eye to eye.
I mean, that's the best part, isn't it?
It's okay for people to disagree.
We're not going to be friends or be fucking mean to each other. We're just talking about something here.
Yeah,
it's not like after this I'm gonna be like, fuck that undoomed guy. We're just having a discussion.
Yeah. See, my input to this is that I have a gray computer. The gray makes it go faster.
You have a gray computer?
Yeah, it's gray.
That's gay.
It's got some black around the edges, so when you close it, it's got like a trim of black. And it looks really cool.
Gay.
Yeah, probably. It's really old. Don't be mean to it. I have understood about 10% of what you guys are saying. So.
No, but go ahead, Monkey. You were saying.
Oh, no, there's no. My only point with how it's made is it's made on a computer. You have to write it.
It's made on a computer, and it's simulating a neural network, which is basically a brain. That's the whole point. Because before we had that, we tried all these algorithms, and Google tried to do smart things, and they called it AI, but it never really was an AI until they really figured out machine learning. That's what it's all about.
What you call machine learning is just the machine having been told to go do this and interpret it this way.
No.
Yes.
No.
Literally.
I grew up programming assembler. You know what assembler is?
I do.
It's fucking machine code. I know how to program a computer. You cannot program a computer with this shit. It's an emergent property.
You have a donation there.
Oh, Shark Bite Entertainment. This is a hard conversation to have because our language is constructed around ourselves, but Undoom is right. Well, thank you very much, Shark. I'm not going to hold that against my fellow debater here.
Real quick, I got a couple here. Thank you, Frank. Just got home from drinking, wondering if I may have an issue. That's up to you. Either way, glad y'all are streaming. Going back to the beginning. Oh, have fun. Well, you'll hear us again, and you'll hear Magog eventually. Yeah. And Thank you, Retro V Gamer, for the generous donation. Did you see DC made Geeks and Gamers Jeremy a supervillain? I did not.
What?
DC Comics made Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers into a supervillain. That's just lazy. You're going after YouTubers.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Why not? Game developers have done it.
Yeah, it's the lack of creativity and the pettiness of it is just tiresome.
Well, we mentioned the Borderlands movie earlier. Borderlands 3, its biggest drawback was that it was Randy Pitchford's fuck you to YouTubers and game reviewers. So he made the two antagonists in that streamers, and it made like no sense, and they were the most annoying people ever because he's just a petty little bitch.
That's lazy.
It is, and it fucking ruined it, man.
Wait, what was that from the movie?
No, that's from the third game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, Monk Slabs from a while ago. Sorry, guys. I have it open, but I do not have the alert on, so I'm not hearing it. Sorry about that. Let me refresh it here. Come on.
I am currently talking to ChatGPT, and it's explaining math to me.
Why? That's pointless.
Well, I started out the conversation with saying math is evil, and they're saying no, it's frustrating.
Did you see that ChatGPT conversation today?
I did not.
It was someone asked ChatGPT to explain, like, where does what is it? Kamal says, "I'm burdened by the past."
Oh, burdened by what has been.
Has been.
Yeah. Yes. And they're like, where does that come from? And it's like, yes, actually, that comes from Picard season 2, episode 1. What?
Shit.
And they're like, no, it doesn't. Oh no, you're right. Sorry, it comes from Picard season 2, episode 2. No, it doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry. It comes from Picard season 2, episode 3. Like, what the fuck?
Okay. Wow. I got 2 of these here. Apparently, this one's from a long time ago. Travis Gardner, thank you. There are only 2 legit forms of art: ska and professional wrestling. Sure.
What do you say?
So there's only 2 legit forms of art: ska and professional wrestling. Am I saying ska? Right?
Ska.
SKA.
Yeah. The Society for Creative Anachronism.
I don't know what that is.
They're like Renfest people.
Sorry.
What?
Renaissance fair type.
Oh. Retro, thank you. Face it, monkey. Jack is cheaper than AI.
That's just science.
That is science.
I work for food.
Unlike that bum that hangs outside my Walmart, you really do.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's that time of year again. He's going to be out there again. I've lived here for 20 years, and that motherfucker from Halloween through New Year's sits out there in front of our Walmart with a big ass sign that says, "We'll work for food." Many people have offered him work. You know how many times he's taken him up on it?
0.
Not a single one.
Yeah, he doesn't want to work. He wants free stuff.
It's this fucking guy who hangs out at our Walmart I say once a year, but 3 months out of the year just to beg from people.
Okay.
Every year.
Look, a real job is difficult, monkey. It's a lot easier just to stand outside with a sign and say, "Got any change?"
Well, I mean, apparently some of these guys make bank.
The one time that we drove past him, this motherfucker must have had 15 bags full of shit that people dropped off for him from Walmart.
Right.
I'm like, get a job.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad. Oh, yeah, but you're like a granddad now.
I have been for almost a decade.
How many times have you had that conversation where people would just say, like, "Thanks, Dad"?
Never actually. I'm the cool one. It's great.
That's what all dads think.
It's great being the dad because you do get to be the cool one. Moms have to deal with the hard shit. We're there to make inappropriate jokes and make them uncomfortable when you drop them off at school. Yeah. The cool granddad. I'm absolutely the cool granddad.
It's kind of weird, granddad, you're 50 years old. Like, what?
Yeah.
How early did you get started with fucking?
I lost my virginity the night before my 15th birthday.
Okay.
Had our first child. I was still 17.
Okay. I mean, we lost our virginity at the same time, but yeah. Then you went ahead and had a kid at 17.
I committed, damn it.
Holy fuck.
My pullout game weak as fuck, y'all.
Yeah.
That's clearly evidenced.
But yeah, no. I like it because I'm still young enough to enjoy the grandkids. My grandparents were old as shit.
Yeah, man. My grandfather, holy fuck. The only time I remember him is like when he was 75 or something.
I've never known my maternal grandparents because my mom was fostered out. She had a bad time growing up, but the people that did foster her and that I called grandparents, they were like in their 70s when I knew them, and they died when I was like 10. So
right.
I'm glad I get to watch my granddaughters grow up, and I'm still gonna be, where's some wood, able to hang out with my great grandchildren and not be too old. Theoretically, I could be a great grandfather at 70 and none of the children, having made mistakes that their grandfather did.
Right.
So 60's not too old to be a great grandpa. I already walk slow and kind of hunched over, so it's not like that's going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing that it's happening because nowadays people usually don't have kids except for like every 30 years kind of thing, right?
Well, I don't understand people who wait so long to have kids. Kids are
but that's the way it is, right?
Yeah, 100%. I just don't understand it.
No, it's like they want to build their
I don't care how much
house or whatever.
Plan for kids, you are never ready for them.
Yeah.
We were way better off by the third one than the first one, and it was no easier.
Yeah, I already bought some kennels, so I'm pretty good, I think.
I don't think you should have kids, Jack.
I got a super chat here from this is Kyle.
This is Kyle.
Any of you ever get into trading card games? I just got into some online version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just made someone rage quit after making a massive attack or massive comeback. Nice. No, I'm not into trading card games, but congratulations. Any of you guys into that?
I played Magic back in the mid 90s for a little while. And I used to run a comic shop, so I had to know how to play Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, all that shit.
Of course.
Not really my thing, but I mean, I played Galactic Empires for a little while, and might pick up a starter deck or two from the Ultraman game that's coming out today. But beyond that, I don't play any because I don't have any money. But Moist Critical plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Online, so maybe you could play against him. He's said his username before, so it's not a secret.
Right. No, I've never been a card player. Just been a computer player. So that's my position.
I never got into them. I find them to be more complicated than I'm willing to put my investment into.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I just like computer games.
I love computer games, man. I play them all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's just me. But you know, I respect it.
Like it's never going to be something that I'm going to delve into, but I don't hate people who do it. I play D&D, and that's about as complicated as I ever want pen and paper to be.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I've watched my sons play. My sons both played Yu-Gi-Oh! Not as much of Magic or Pokemon, but they played both of them. And I tried watching them, like I don't get it, and sat down and watched TV instead.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. At the store, we were like, you're really good at this, right? Yeah. All right. I'll give you $5 and a couple packs of cards to run this for me. And that worked out really well.
Yeah. You're all grandpa. You could be like, I'll give you a pack of cigarettes and just get out of here.
And I'd like to see my daughter's face when I did, hey, have a pack of cigarettes, go away, to the kid. She'd be like, Dad, it's time to commit you.
You're lucky.
No, it's great.
Institute would make you walk downstairs to get to your cell.
Yeah, no shit.
Fun.
Little Butt is turning into quite the gamer. That's my oldest granddaughter. That's what I call her online there on Doomed.
What was that? Little Butt?
Little Butt, yeah. I've called her that since she was born. She's getting really into video gaming, and I love watching it.
Okay. You gonna create a channel for her?
Probably not. I am one of those people like your children should not be online until they're like 18 at the least.
That's true. That you're completely right about that.
I mean, we're the generation that grew up with Stranger Danger, and then they made it online Stranger Danger. Like, can you stop making it scarier?
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be really scary for like teens today, I guess. That's got to be scary. Every fucking weirdo pedo is on their ass constantly, probably.
And the problem is that teenagers are so arrogant and dumb that they probably, I know I did a ton of dumb shit as a kid that I should have probably died for. That they should have found me in a well or never found my remains. Because when you're young, you don't think about that stuff.
Right.
And I see so many kids online, especially like on YouTube. I'm like, why is this 15-year-old on here?
Yeah.
Have you seen what happens in Discord rooms? I mean, come on.
No, but I keep looking.
Stop it. Stop it.
Okay, got a super chat here from this is Kyle again. How you doing? I think I tried D&D once. Session ended with someone throwing a decapitated head to knock the big bad that I couldn't swim. Okay, I gotta really read these things before I read them out loud. I tried D&D once. Session ended when someone throwed a decapitated head to knock the big bad that couldn't swim.
That should be off of.
Sorry?
I said that should be off of. You want me to read it? I can read. This is Kyle.
Yeah, read this.
I tried D&D once. Session ended with someone throwing a decapitated head to knock the big bad that could not swim off of his ship into the ocean.
Okay, even when you read it, I don't understand.
The big bad guy that they were fighting, they threw a decapitated head at him to knock him into the ocean because they knew he couldn't swim.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, way to ruin the story. I mean, there was probably a whole plot line where you had to chase him for 5 more sessions and involved the dragon and a magic orb, and you're just like, I got this head. I hit him. Yep, he's done.
I don't know if we've ever talked about this on Doom. What kind of games do you play?
Okay, so first of all, I got to this is Kyle, and apologize to you because I really didn't understand what you were talking about. But sorry for fucking up your super chat there. Can't apologize to you enough. But yes, I like anything strategic. My absolute favorite game is, of course, StarCraft.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, so RTS style. Yeah. I was just thinking the other day that we haven't had a great RTS in a long, long time.
I guess those are going out of fashion. I haven't seen anything either. It's like some Civilization is, I guess, the latest one that I remember.
Yeah, I know those are technically RTSs, but like the old style, like StarCraft or Red Alert and the Command and Conquer series. I've never played StarCraft, but I was huge into not just Red Alert, but the entire Command and Conquer series. I miss those kind of games. I always had so much fun in those. Yeah.
But I mean, is there anything like that anymore? I don't know.
They're getting ready. I mean, there's not in that same vein, more in the Civilization vein.
Yeah, Civilization is fine too. I love all those. I mean, those are very adjacent. It's kind of like, okay, so StarCraft is real time and Civilization is like turn-based, right? But this is kind of the same thing.
I like both kinds of games and played way too many hours of both of them to feel comfortable with. But I like the real time one so much more because you have to adapt in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get that, in my opinion, as much in something like Civilization. You have to respond to what they did last time, but you have so much longer to think about it. You have as long as you want until you hit next turn. I'm
fine with that. I think that's a fine way of making a game too.
Yeah, that's the only way I stand a chance. I'm really bad at these games. I love Command and Conquer. It was a lot of fun to play, but I'm terrible at it. So I need those like long breaks to be like, all right, where's he coming at me from?
Right. No, I think that's fine. It's just I'm not sure what's happening with that genre. I think it's probably dying.
I think what's going to happen is eventually somebody's going to make another good one, and we're going to go through. This happens with gaming all the time. It's like movies or music or anything else. A popular one will come out, and then you'll have a bunch of ripoffs, and then it'll slowly die out again. At least I'm hoping, because I miss those kind of games.
Yeah.
Did you play just the first StarCraft, or have you played all of them?
Yeah, both of them.
Nice.
I'm not sure if the second one added anything. I mean, I think the first one was kind of perfect, but second one's added some nice graphics.
Yeah, I tried going back and playing the original Command and Conquer, and I got to admit the graphics do make it harder to play.
I don't know. Did they have new versions for that?
They're not as updated as it needs to be. The problem is with a lot of the older ones is sometimes the specific points you have to click on just aren't quite good enough. In the older days, when you're running on your highest I'm forgetting all the words that I need to use right now. Resolution, thank you.
Right.
Is like 680. It's a lot easier to see than when you're on a 1920.
Right.
So it makes it a little bit harder. I'm not one of those people who believes graphics makes your game. It can make it better, but it can't make your game good. And so I still love the games. They're just hard to play now. There was a Command and Conquer set that came out that somebody got for me as one of my viewers bought it for me on Steam. And I played all of them, but trying to play the original, it just can't recapture that feeling because of the graphics.
Right.
It makes it kind of a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Graphics can improve, but they don't make the game. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. StarCraft was such a perfect game that when they made StarCraft 2, it's basically the same game with better graphics.
Now, are you when you say that, because a lot of that is the continuing story. Do you care about the story or not, all, or just the gameplay itself?
No, I don't care about the story.
Oh, so yeah, that's where you and I love story-driven games, and especially like same company, Blizzard, they made Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3, there's nothing special really about the gameplay itself. It's your standard kind of RTS fare, but the story in that one is just so good.
Okay.
What I hated about Warcraft 3 was I couldn't build a wall around the enemy mines anymore. Because in Warcraft 2, if you went to the orc where they were mining and just built a wall around it, they'd run out of money.
They'd be stuck.
They figure out to break through the wall.
That seems like an exploit, Jack.
Well, you win how you play with your tactics, and I'll win how I play by being a dick.
Oh, I will tell you outright, when I played Warcraft 3 the first time, I basically, just to get to the story, so I didn't have to do the gameplay anymore, I used the code all your bases belong to us, which is the instant win. I did that for like the last 3 of the main quest lines because I'm not doing this shit again.
I used to spend hours just clicking on the sheep till they exploded.
I never did that. I know of it, but I've never done it.
Yeah, I'm not good at games, so I'm not really helpful in this conversation.
You don't have to be good at games to enjoy them.
That's true. I'm not, going to be any fucking StarCraft master ever.
Yeah, I'm like mediocre at shooting games at best, and I fucking love shooting games.
Yeah, it's just, something you do.
Yeah, until they come out with a reboot of Blood, I'm going to be very upset.
What?
Blood? You ever play that? 2 guns ought to be enough for all of you.
No, I never played that.
Oh, that was a great game. But they need to make a new version because it's really dated.
I really do wish they would do more sequels in games. I'm tired of the reboots or the re-releases. They're so lazy. They do a couple of things like quality of life improvements, better UI, that kind of shit.
Right.
But we're not exactly talking about like massive movies here, which require, some of them do. I know GTA 6 is coming eventually, guys. But most games you could do sequels and stuff, and it wouldn't be that much more taxing than doing a reskin of everything. I'm fine with the re-releases of older games. I suppose it depends on the game. The re-release of something like Mass Effect 1, which desperately needed a re-release because of the equipment that it was originally built on and the engine it was built on were so limited at the time.
Right.
And then you go play 2 and it's almost completely different. That I'm fine with. But give me new shit. I want new shit.
I've never played Mass Effect, but I have people like tell me over and over again, like, oh my God, you love sci-fi so much, you should play this shit. And by the time I considered it, it was like, oh, now we're in Mass Effect 3. And everyone was like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened.
The ending of Mass Effect 3, even when they came out with the more extended ending, still divides people, but the story overall is still great.
Everyone said it sucked balls so bad that it's better you kill yourself than play that thing. So I was like, okay.
In that case, you could just play 1 and 2 because 2 is absolutely excellent.
Okay.
One is kind of.
I've never been into those games, obviously.
Yeah, one is kind of what I would recommend. Just go watch. There's people out there who've got all the cutscenes out there,
Mm-hmm.
and you can get your sci-fi fix just from watching the cutscenes. You don't got to go through all the shooting and shit.
Well, there is that. I suspect that's what that guy who told me that was sort of aiming for. He's like, he knows I love sci-fi.
Yeah. That's what attracted me to Mass Effect as a big sci-fi nerd, and we haven't had a real good. I struggle to even call it an RPG, but that's what it was originally marketed as. We've never had a really good RPG on PC,
Right.
And at the time, guys, before anybody starts naming games at me, and so it was a novel concept, and they actually executed it very well. It's limited because, again, the engine it was built on. But yeah, the story is excellent. It's one of those stories I'm shocked that Netflix hasn't tried to buy up, or if they have, it fell through.
Yeah, how do you know they haven't?
It's already written for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they've tried.
There's no Mass Effect 3. Stop it. That game is not that bad.
No, that's
I've heard it's the worst game ever.
You've heard wrong.
Okay.
It's not that bad. I played far worse.
Yeah, isn't Andromeda worse than 3?
Andromeda is so much worse than 3. Andromeda doesn't exist.
Andromeda.
Yeah, they decided because 3 kind of should have ended the series, especially with its original telling. And so they decided.
Is Andromeda also Mass Effect?
Yes. So
maybe that's the one I'm thinking about.
That might be the one, because Andromeda sucks ass. That game is so bad. The story sucks. The gameplay sucks.
Like I said, I've never played the game, so I just know what people told me. But Andromeda sounds awfully familiar. That may be the one that people were warning me about.
Probably, because like I said, 3, it's just the ending that most people have an issue with.
Okay.
Andromeda is like universally hated. That game, especially coming from the pet. If it wasn't the that universe, it'd be like, it's a game. But naming it Mass Effect is just an insult to Mass Effect. It's kind of like Discovery to Star Trek.
Yeah. Okay, now you're going to piss me off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know another way to express it where you will really understand.
Yes, now I will understand.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. There's nothing I hate more than Discovery. I've actually watched it just to be able to criticize it.
Well, there's a lot to criticize. So
yes, but I also believe that if you haven't watched something, you shouldn't criticize it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I think that's fair, right?
I think it depends on how deep your criticism goes.
Well, yes, sure. I mean, I can criticize The Joker too for being a musical because I hate musicals.
Exactly.
That's as far as my criticism can go because I hate musicals and this is a musical. So fuck that film. I'm not going to watch it. But I mean, I can't critique it really. Right?
Yeah, you're not getting down talking about like the visceral music performances.
I can't say this scene sucked, this scene was good, this scene sucked. You know,
right?
Obviously.
Yeah, because your overall thing is just that musicals suck. Therefore, you're not even willing, which is legit in my world, y'all. You have to give it a chance. No, I don't.
No, that's not my thing. Bye.
No, I do think if you're going to give any kind of in-depth thing, you need to have at least seen the part you're talking about.
Yes, and since I've been an enormous Star Trek fan my entire life, how kids, I think they watched like Sesame Street, right?
Oh yeah.
I never watched Sesame Street ever. I watched Star Trek when I was just fucking 4 years old.
Really?
I've never seen a Sesame Street episode. I've seen all the Star Trek episodes though. That's all I ever saw when I was a kid. I've been a lifelong Star Trek fan forever. I've seen every episode, and like just that's my thing. So I figured I should watch that fucking Discovery thing so I can criticize it, so I know what the fuck they're doing, and I can with 100% certainty say that they suck balls. Okay.
Is there any redeeming quality to it?
The visual effects.
It's
They like anything nowadays, they look like $1 million. Like, okay. Like, of course it's going to look like $1 million. You're spending $1 million.
One of the things that's turned me off of it, and again, I have not watched full episodes of it. The scenes that I have seen are cringeworthy as fuck. But the art style, the effects, actually something that turns me off. It's like the newer Star Trek movies, the J.J. Abrams ones.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost too pretty, and of course, lens flare.
Okay, but that's not even the problem with Discovery.
No, I was just been to that. You're saying that's the best part of it, and it is actually a part that turns me off of it. I don't need it to look like the 60s Star Trek.
It turns me off too. It turns me off too. I'm just saying it looks good, right? Of course it's going to look good. They spend a gazillion dollars on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course it's going to look good. You asked me what I could say that was good about it. What am I going to say?
And that's fair. That's fair.
But there's so much wrong with how they use the effects. Everything is so high tech that they've basically written all the problems out of the story, and they don't understand because they're fucking retarded writers. They don't understand that problems are good, right?
That's how you drive story, yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is that, for instance, when someone is walking around, they're talking to someone, and they want to go to another place, right? In another Star Trek, older Star Trek iteration, they would be like, "Okay, I'm going to go down to engineering now and talk to Geordi LaForge," right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this thing, they're like, they touch their comm badge, and then they're automatically in engineering. It's like an automatic transporter.
Wait. Isn't Discovery supposed to be prequel to the others?
Oh, it's so confusing. You have no idea. It starts before Kirk existed, and the two last seasons is 1,000 years after Kirk existed.
Oh wow! I didn't realize there was a time jump. Again, like
they
I hadn't
just
watched it.
Jumped into the future for some reason. I have no idea why. Yes, I do. They did that because people were fucking losing their minds because they're like, this shit is. You have holographic screens and you're 10 years before Kirk. The fuck are you doing? So they're like, oh no, we're jumping into the future now. Shut up. So in season 2, they're 1,000 years into the future, right? Which means they're 800 years after Picard or something. So it's so stupid. It's J.J. Abrams stupid.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't realize. This is something I hate. Anytime they get into this, Star Wars ran into the same thing. When you're stop making prequels.
Yeah.
Because you guys refuse to play by your own rules.
I hate prequels.
At least
nobody wants to know what happened before. Nobody cares.
You can reference it.
Yeah.
They did that with that episode where The Enterprise C came into the present time and screwed up the whole timeline.
Oh yeah.
That episode was interesting.
That was one episode.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you do that as like filler stories or background info for.
Yeah, but that's what I've been trying to tell you guys all this evening. Is like they don't have episodes anymore.
No.
Yeah.
I miss episodes. I love episodes when writers could sit down and they're like, this episode, this is going to happen. And now we're going to have to figure out ethical dilemma, blah, blah, blah.
No,
I
have a theory now. I was developing this while you guys were talking. See, about your episode thing. It makes sense if you're trying to hide the fact that you're a shitty writer, that you would have it as like a Lost story arc, like Lost season 7. Like,
right.
No, you don't understand. I'm just a super 4D genius. And we're going to explain that later down the line. That's not a plot hole. That's I purposely did that.
We're going to explain it after the series is canceled.
Yeah,
that's
when
we're going to explain that.
Yeah, exactly. When my contract is up.
Yep.
That's when it'll be explained by somebody else.
I'm glad you brought up the Enterprise C one, because that is a great episode of how you can delve back in the past a little bit and not screw everything up.
Yeah.
If they had brought the Enterprise A into the future and they get to see how the Enterprise D is, and then they go back and there's no substantive change in technology or anything, it would have broken everything. You can do it with the C because we've never seen it before.
Yeah, and it's not that far off.
And it blew up.
And
it's just a couple of years back. It's not like the Enterprise A, which is 100 years back.
Yes.
And we all know Kirk and Scotty would have stole everything in sight.
Yeah,
Scotty would have stole everything.
Scotty would have stole all the booze.
Yeah, it'd be like all the booze and like, oh, here's a tricorder. I'm taking that thing too. Download a bunch of shit on it, and ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably would have kidnapped the sea monkey off Voyager too if he could have.
And that's why in there,
hold
when
on.
They go ahead, sorry.
A super chat here from Rod Line. Have you seen Lower Decks? No, I have not. Is it any good?
I was not impressed, but I'm a filthy casual, so.
I've never seen the animated Star Trek series either. So
that's not bad. That's pretty fun.
I have it. I've never watched it, and it never came up when I was a kid. It was all the original series, and then later it was the TNG. The original series never came up. I mean, the animated series never came up. So I've never had a connection to animated Star Trek. It seems weird to me. Sorry.
Yeah,
so please tell me if it's any good, Rod Line.
Yeah. I saw that as a kid, but they did IDW did a Transformers Star Trek crossover comic book, and they did it based on the animated episodes of the original Star Trek.
Wait, what?
The original series animated show that we were just talking about.
Uh-huh.
They adapted that into a comic book where they used a lot of the same characters, like the Cat Girl and all that, when they did a crossover with Transformers.
With Transformers?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding?
No, it was shockingly fun. They even built a Transformer out of the Enterprise.
Oh my god! I mean,
it was stupid fun.
When I can't sleep, I always think about what would it be like if there was like a battle between the Death Star and the Borg. And that's just the most stupid thing I can ever think of. But that's like, yeah, okay.
Now think on that one. And Decepticons versus the Enterprise. So
yeah, those things are fun to think about when you can't sleep. I can't count sheep. All right, can't do it.
Do you count red shirts?
Sorry?
Do you count red shirts?
No, I count Borgs versus stormtroopers.
No. Well, I guess it's something. Monkey, have you seen Lower Deck?
I have not seen Lower Deck. It's I do not like the cartoon style of it, and what I do know of it, I don't want to further destroy my love of Star Trek.
Yeah, if Rodline here doesn't tell me anything positive about it, I see no reason to watch it because it's a fucking cartoon.
Undoomed, I got something for you to share on screen. Where is it? This one. There we go.
Can you share it, or do I have to share it?
You have to approve it. Okay. There you go. That is the Enterprise as a transformer.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Where's the fucking dish or the saucer?
It's on his chest. It's his chest. See, it says NCC.
NCC 1701 right there.
Where's the rest of it?
Well, you kind of have to imagine it a little bit because you see the warp engines in the back there. There's like his backpack.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I told you it was a real thing. It was just wild.
I had to go see it when you said it because I was like, I got to see how they did it.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it was actually good. Almost as good as the G.I. Joe versus $6 Million Man crossover they did.
I kind of want
They did that too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
IDW was like, how can we make money? We're poor.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the G.I. Joe $6 Million Man one was a lot of fun because Cobra takes Steve Austin hostage. And they reprogram him for evil.
Oh, that sounds more interesting than the rest of it.
Yeah. That G.I. Joe had to call in some help from some other 70s properties. So it was a good time. It was pretty much whatever they had access to on licensing.
Yeah. I love it when stories get written by what they have access to in terms of licensing. That's the best kind of story writing.
Occasionally you can get a couple of gems, but it's very, very rare.
Yeah. Holy shit. So did you guys watch Saturday morning cartoons or?
Not very often because I was a kid who slept in late. I got to see the bad cartoons that come on around noon.
Oh,
okay.
I watched a lot of cartoons. I was a latchkey kid. They're like, baby, go to your babysitter and watch some shows.
Right. Yeah, I didn't because I was just watching for Star Trek.
Yeah, we watched pretty much whatever my dad wanted to watch. So we watched a lot of Star Trek, Doctor Who, Blake 7.
Wait,
stuff
what?
Like that.
Doctor Who?
Yeah.
That British show?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you even get that?
PBS.
Okay. They had that on PBS.
Yeah, they used to play it on my local PBS. It was on Friday nights.
I saw that once, and I was like, "Nope, never watching this again." They were all wrapped up in bubble plastic, and like, that's an alien for you? Okay, fuck you. I'm never watching this again.
When you're 7, that's awesome.
I guess, but not for me. Holy shit! I lost all credibility for that series. It's like, oh, it's just bubble wrap. That's all you got? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that the entire budget was whatever they had in some guy's shed.
Yeah. And it's why
like, we got a camera.
Yeah.
I've tried watching it. My son became a very big fan of it, and he told me about it. And like, all right, I'll sit down. And I made it through like an episode and a half. And I don't know how you make a show in the 90s. Actually, this is probably the 2000s that looks worse than 60s Star Trek when it comes to your aliens and shit.
Oh, no, I grew up on the original Doctor Who from like the 60s,
when it was even worse.
70s. So the
when everything was bubble wrapped.
Yeah, bubble wrap and baling wire and some flocking. That's pretty much your alien environment, your costumes, and your storyline. So,
yeah, the guy was just some fucking idiot that looked like he was about to die, but he had a thing that he. Oh, I can't even remember now. Holy fuck.
Black and white Buck Rogers effects.
Yeah, something like that. Fuck, I can't remember.
They wish they could afford Buck Rogers effects.
It was so bad that it looked really like, is this like a local TV station?
Yeah, it's what it looks like. It looks like public access. And
yeah,
I sorry, Brits. I know you guys love that show and or used to until the more modern iterations. But you have to understand, as an American, we're not used to seeing ugly people on TV.
There is
there is that. We're also not seeing bubble wrap.
No, not in that way. The last time I saw bubble wrap in a show, somebody had wrapped their head around it and was letting somebody else punch them. That's how Americans use our bubble wrap.
Don't fuck with our boats.
Doctor Who is dead. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to it, but the last two iterations of the Doctor, the female, and now they have the gay black guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the fans are tearing it to shreds.
Oh, it's bad.
I thought this started way before, though.
You had people getting, I mean, every new Doctor, there's, some anger. But when they brought the chick on and the fat guy who runs it now is just like, we're going full on stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
The guy before the chick, Peter Capaldi, he was a really good actor with some really shitty scripts. And it started getting the message about halfway through the first season. It got really obvious. It was subtle a little bit before that. But then when the chick took over, they just threw all caution to the wind, and now they're doing episodes about like slavery and racism, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's like, can you please remember what Star Trek was all about? Can you remember like the measure of a man? Do you guys remember that? Do you remember that episode?
That's the one where Data was on trial, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's like it's a classic episode, and both sides make good arguments, and nobody's shoving anything down your throat. But at the end, even though no one's shoving anything down your throat, you know what the answer is, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to shove it down your throat. You have to. It's like a trial. Both lawyers are going to have good arguments, but the jury is going to know, right? That's the exact kind of thing that Star Trek used to be. They're just going to have an episode, and now we're going to have these two things, and you're going to have to figure it out yourself.
We can't let people think for themselves. What kind of monstrous idea is that?
Yeah, I know, but that's what makes Star Trek. That's what made Star Trek good. Nobody would care about Star Trek if it's just shoving shit down your throat.
The one for me for Next Generation is the one where they introduce Hugh, the Borg who's separated from the Borg, and Picard has that decision to make. He can kill all of the Borg in an instant,
right?
Or he can let them live, and there's no good answer to that.
Exactly.
And that was part of the beauty of it. These days, it would be like, clearly we have to let him live, because what if he turns out trans and he wants to be trans Worf.
Trans warp.
Yeah, it's they've lost the ability to even tell interesting stories.
Yeah, because they don't have any stories. It's just one long story arc from season 1 to season 5.
In chat there, I'm told it's iBoard. For the record, when it comes to Star Trek, I used to know all the names of them. I haven't watched in so long, I don't remember all the names.
No, you forget those along the way, but yes, it is iBoard.
iBoard, is that put out by Apple?
Yes. That is true.
I see a lot of them get the new iPhones.
Yeah. That's the way it is.
They form a line.
And the Borg, how is that even a question? Because he was, at that point, he wasn't actually part of the Borg anymore. He was a separate entity. He was himself.
Yeah, it is. It is an interesting question.
Yeah.
And many or most of the TNG episodes are like that. They're like, okay, here's the question. Here's a couple of arguments. Now it's up for you to decide. That's most TNG episode. That's what made it great. And that's what trained all the writers, because they could come up with something new every time. They could try it out, and if it fucked up and failed, it wasn't the end of the world. There was 26 episodes per season, right? It's like, all right, when that didn't work, all right, we'll not do that again then. Let's try something else.
Retro says, and then Gene died. Actually, I think by the time iBoard comes out, Gene had already died.
Who?
If not, it was really close, and he was mostly removed from the series at that point.
Oh, you mean Gene
Roddenberry, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's got to be like 90, I don't know, 93?
Around there, yeah.
So has it been enough time that you guys can admit that Tech War is better than Star Trek?
The hell is
I meant to see Tech War. I have it on my hard drive, but I just haven't been able to bring myself to watch it yet.
That's probably better that way.
It is.
Greg Evigan is an okay actor when he was on My Two Dads. After that,
who?
Greg Evigan. He plays the main character in the Tech War series.
Oh, okay.
He was in My Two Dads with Stacey Keegan and Paul Reiser.
Okay.
And he was BJ in BJ and the Bear. I am really old. Oh my God, you guys aren't getting any of my references.
I got all of them, if that helps.
I suppose, but yeah, he's an okay actor, but that is not a role that he was good at. It's sort of like the RoboCop TV series.
Yeah,
it's a thing that should exist. Okay, like you did it all wrong. Let's pretend it's not there and just read the books.
I have the series, like I said. I just never watched it. It's like it's written by William Shatner. I should watch it. I'll do it sometime. It's never happened.
The books are okay. Shatner's books are okay, but the TV series didn't translate it very well.
Yeah,
trying to be kind of nice.
Yeah, I've read William Shatner's Star Trek books. Those are really good.
Yeah, those are interesting.
Yeah, those are good as fuck. But I've never seen or read any Tech Wars. Like I said, I put it on my hard drive. Like, yes, I'm going to watch this. It's never happened. But it will. I'm sure. Someday.
You'll be bored one of these days. Be like, I don't watch these.
I'm curious. Oh, go ahead.
Then you'll be like, Jack was right. I shouldn't have watched this.
Undoom, you said you didn't watch cartoons and stuff. Did you ever watch like primetime shows? Did you have a favorite of those? Like for me, Knight Rider was my jam.
Oh yeah.
But
oh, you mean like not cartoons?
not cartoons, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, Knight Rider was nice.
Yeah, that had the greatest intro with that like techno synth music going, and then you get that Orson Welles voice going over.
I think probably Airwolf was better though.
Oh, Airwolf was great.
Yeah.
Airwolf was the Knight Rider in the sky.
Yeah, but it was better because it had better music.
Oh, I don't know.
But it didn't have an evil twin car.
Yeah. Karr. R. And then the evil Gareth Knight who drove Goliath.
Garth Knight, thank you.
Garth Knight, yeah.
Garth Knight. He drove Goliath, yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
I
didn't watch the show that much.
I have the complete series on DVD, and me and my brother were watching it before he died. And I gotta tell you, that show is still a lot of fun. You just can't take it too seriously.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess that's the same as me with oh my god, I forgot the name. Well, fuck.
Babylon 5?
No. Airwolf.
Airwolf.
For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, all those shows from that time, there was some really entertaining stuff and some fun ideas, but you can't take them super serious.
No.
No, yeah, in chat they mentioned the A-Team, MacGyver, Quantum Leap. Yeah, all great, and none of them can you take seriously.
No.
Yeah, just like Buck Rogers and
I guess it's just what I watched. I watched Airwolf and the other shows just didn't come on. I didn't see your show that much. It just didn't come on.
We didn't watch a whole lot of TV, but Knight Rider was one I was there every time. A-Team, I probably saw all of them when they released. We used to watch the Dukes of Hazzard every night when it would come on. But we were only allowed like an hour or two of TV a day. So it sounds like a lot, but it was still very limited in our house.
Right.
Mom and her damn rules.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. I mean, I'm sure you have rules for your kids.
Hell no, I let them drink and smoke since birth.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I do think way too many people use television or even these days computers to watch their kids. It's okay to let them have some access. You have the exact opposite where people are like, they can never see a screen ever.
No, but now you have the best ever. As a parent, you could just say like, yeah, you can have, here's whatever you want, but I'm going to be watching.
Oh no. See, you're not supposed to check in on your kids. That's invading their privacy.
No, what privacy? They're children.
The children.
Fuck that.
Their privacy is when they go in the bathroom, and that's it.
You have no privacy. I'm going to be watching.
Yep.
You can watch whatever you want, but I'm going to be watching you.
There was an episode I was watching of Castle, and he's tracking his daughter's phone, and it's played up as this horrible thing he's doing, invading her privacy. She lied about where she was going, and then the daughter gets mad at him because how dare you be paying? Like, no. That is the wrong message to be sending.
Yeah.
Your child is lying to you. And you wouldn't have caught it if you weren't doing your job as a dad and checking up on her, for fuck's sake.
Get your shotgun.
Yeah, no shit. But these days, they're kids. They got to have privacy. Well, when they're adults, they can. Fuck off.
You know the people that push that, I always think are the people that should have their hard drives checked.
Oh,
those
sure.
are probably pedos, like talking to your kids online. No, you should respect their privacy. Chat with me. No.
Yeah, it's like, there is a difference between when you are allowed to have sex and before that, you're not allowed to have privacy. Sorry, You're going to get over it because you're going to grow up.
My house, my rules. Don't like it, turn 18 and get out.
Yep. I remember an argument I saw online one time, a similar thing. It's like, I went into my daughter's room and was checking around, and I forget what the guy found. And everybody treated this guy like he was beating his kid. Like, did you miss the part where he caught the bad shit? I mean, that's your job.
I would fucking kill people if I was a dad.
It's hard not to. I mean, the worst moment, we went to a water park and my daughter was 14 and she's developed by this time, and grown-ass men kept looking at my daughter.
Right.
Like, and my wife kept going, calm down. Like, if he looks longer than that, I'm going to break his legs.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start with the little one.
Pretty much what I would do.
At a water park, you could probably just drown them.
Oh, yeah. Just call it an accident. Yeah.
Yeah. Just jump really far and grab his neck.
Yeah. Like, oh, we were horsing around. It was a tragic accident.
It was really tragic.
All 5 of them, tragic accidents.
I love my daughter, but guys, just have boys. It's much easier. So much easier.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not these days because you got all the female teachers feeling up the kids.
Yeah. And what is this, China?
You get all those fucking guys trying to make your boy a female.
Yeah. So
they'll just cut their wieners off now.
I guess the lesson here is don't have kids.
That's what I heard.
That's my lesson.
Yeah, I've made that decision.
I would go to prison for my daughter. Me too, absolutely, without hesitation.
And any parent would, right?
Yeah, good ones. Yeah.
There's a great episode of Married with Children where Kelly's boyfriend she was supposed to go out with him, but she gets invited to the movies with her parents. And so they break their date and he shows up there with another chick. And Peggy says that, when we were dating, your dad would just beat up anybody. I would have to do him. And later in the episode, Kelly turns to Al and just goes, beat him up, Daddy, without hesitation, stands up and goes and beats his ass. That's how you dad.
That was a good series.
Oh, I still watch it from time to time. I love that series.
Yeah, whenever it comes on. It's awesome.
I was at Menards.
Kind of like Frasier.
Frasier's just been, I want to say they just put it out on Amazon Prime. I haven't watched a lot of that because his character drives me nuts.
Oh, I love Frasier.
I like the dad in the show. That's pretty much it.
It's just my favorite show in terms of comedy.
You're a big watcher of that, right, Jack?
What, Frasier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch it. It's fine. It had its moments. It's about snotty people being snotty people. So, good time.
Yeah. Pretty good.
See, everybody's agreeing with me. Dad's the best part. I also was kind of I don't want to say against Frasier, but turned off by it because of his character on Cheers. I never liked him on Cheers.
I've never seen him on Cheers. I've never seen Cheers ever, I think.
Yeah, you're not missing much. I never liked Cheers, but Frasier never fit on the show. He was just odd. He wouldn't have been associating with those rabble.
Yeah, it's this gritty Boston bar and the uppity psychiatrist. It never made sense.
No, I understand that, but I never watched that show. It's like that makes no sense to me.
Oh man, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bow out here in a minute.
All right.
I need to get something to eat. I did eat tonight, guys. For anybody like Mikey, I did eat, but that was a while ago, and I'm hungry.
I eat for a living.
I don't eat for a living.
You don't eat.
Sure, you do.
I've thought about it though. I've seen these guys who do the extreme eating on TV. I'm like, I could do that shit.
Yeah, you could do.
Yeah, you do some mukbang channel.
Yeah, you could hang out with like Amberlyn Reed and Nikocado Avocado.
Nikocado Avocado, right?
Yeah, he lost a bunch of weight, so he's due to get fat again.
I couldn't do that because you got to hear the chewing and no.
You could be the first person to have a mukbang with earplugs in.
Mukbang with manners, yeah, just doesn't work.
Yeah, just get some Apple plugs.
Yeah, and pull that trough right up to you and go in there, go to town. Good times. Those people make a lot of money.
They do.
Feeder fetish.
They make a shit. It's ridiculous. Like, how can you make money from that? Just sitting and eating.
Because people are weird and will watch the dumbest shit.
Yeah. Hey, people watch my laundry, so I am not one to judge. But if they watch my laundry, yeah, they watch my laundry.
Where's your laundry cam?
Oh,
I want to see your laundry cam right now.
Hold on, I'll bring up my channel with my laundry on it. I got 348 episodes of my laundry.
Okay.
That is a real YouTube channel, y'all.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna believe it when I see it.
Oh, give me a second to load up here. My internet's running like shit.
While you're doing that, for the record, guys, I don't hate Kelsey Grammer. I've liked him in other stuff. His character in Down Periscope is great. I just didn't like Frasier.
Yeah, he's a pretty good actor. All right, let's see here. Go to
it's just a nice show.
All right, I started doing Full Cycle right around the time I did Pikachu. So that was episode 75.
Back up. When you did Pikachu?
Yeah, I had an episode called I Wash You Pikachu.
Okay.
Pikachu in the laundry.
Oh, I thought you did him.
No. We're not like that. It's not my most viewed episode, but yeah, I'll put it in the side chat for you. Here.
I thought you were going to put it here.
I'm not doing laundry right now.
Oh.
No, I make episodes out of my laundry. People watch them by the thousands.
Oh. I see.
Yeah. Like
we live in a world where people watch laundry on YouTube, and
I don't believe you.
That one has 12,000 views on it. My record, I think, is 57K. I'd have to look.
For watching you do laundry.
No, hang on. It's not watching him do laundry. It's watching the laundry run.
Yeah.
He points his camera at the machine and just films.
So he doesn't even talk.
No, you never see me. You might see my reflection occasionally, but that's about it. You can't even really make anything out.
We're doomed.
Yep.
Fuck's sake.
I'm just mad I didn't think of it. I have a washing machine.
I have one too, but Jesus Christ. I have no idea why anyone would ever want to watch a washing machine. Like, buy a fucking washing machine.
People had asked me questions. What type of washer is this? Is because it's a Wascomat. And they'd say, which model is it? Is it what color is it? Stuff like that. Like, what color is the outside casing? Because you can't always see it.
What made you think of it?
I was bored at the laundromat.
You're at the laundromat?
These are all at the laundromat.
It's not even mine.
Yeah, before the adpocalypse, I was making enough money off those videos to pay for my laundry.
Okay.
So it was I was actually making like $2 or $3 extra a month. So, but then the stupid apocalypse happened, and the entire channel got demonetized.
Right.
So you're bored at the laundry, and your thought was, I should put this on the internet. That is fantastic.
Yeah. I also have episodes where I use vending machines.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's an episode where I get some M&Ms out of a vending machine, and then I'll get like a Dr. Pepper, which are all conveniently located at the laundromat.
And you put that in your mouth sexually, like?
Nope.
Oh,
You never see me consume any of it. I didn't know what mukbangs were until like years after I was doing this. I was like, man, I could have been making a fortune. I'm a fat guy.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
If I tried filming paint dry. No, but I did do like ceiling fans for a little while, Faithless.
Ceiling fans.
Yeah, ceiling fans.
Okay. What does that mean?
I filmed the ceiling fan going around.
That sounds like a really interesting story.
Oh, it's riveting shit. Let me tell you. Lots of plot development going on there.
That fan. Wish, 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 wish.
Yeah. So it's literally just the laundry videos are literally just videos of me doing my laundry.
Again, it's not even you doing your laundry. It's the laundry doing itself at that point.
Yeah, when I started doing the full cycle, because the first several were just like snippets, like what they would call shorts now. And then somebody said, can we watch the full cycle? So I started filming myself putting the detergent in.
Wait,
so you'll see my hand.
Somebody asked for longer.
Oh yeah,
videos.
they wanted full cycle videos. That's why all the videos are like half an hour now, because they were just however long I could hold the phone up. Because then my hand would get tired and I'd shut it off. So it'd be like 30 seconds to 5 minutes. And then somebody said, I want to see the full cycle. And I was like, oh, okay. And then they got popular. Because then I started getting like hundreds of views.
For the record, I'm not judging you at all. I'm judging the people who watch this.
Yes.
I don't. I think they're fine people that probably have a weird fetish.
Of course you would say that. Holy shit. I didn't know people would literally watch anything.
Yes. There are other channels that do this, by the way. But I have the longest videos because I do the full cycles. That's what sets me apart from them. And there's guys that like test out washing machines and stuff like that too. It's a whole subculture. Yeah, but I have the best angles because I figured out how to get the best angle so you can see the laundry, because there's a window in there and sometimes you get the reflection. So I had to figure out how to get the right camera angle. And I have where you actually put the coins in the machine and the laundry detergent, and I put the laundry in, and then it's right into the show. It's like the intro,
Jesus Christ.
Have you ever had like an embarrassing moment where something went across the laundry thing and everybody went, oh my God?
No. There was one where a guy came into the laundromat and threw a box full of papers into a dryer. So I filmed that because it was going to catch on fire at some point. And I wanted to film that.
Right. Nothing happened?
No, the owner showed up. I actually know the owner of the laundromat, and I was like, dude, you bring it down here. This guy's drying paper.
Did you talk to him?
Why did he dry paper?
Yeah.
It got wet for some reason. I don't remember the exact situation. He told me, because I was like, I don't think you should be doing that. But he did it anyway. So I was like, all right, well, see a fire break out.
All right. And on laundry, guys, I'm going to bow out. Undoom, thanks for having me, my friend.
Yes, thanks for being here. It's awesome.
For anybody wondering, at this point, no, I'm not doing a show. We'll do one tomorrow. Jack, a pleasure, my friend.
Oh, it's good to see you, Mike.
Guys, take care. I'll see y'all next time.
Take care. Bye. Hey.
I feel like you you're not loving my laundry ideas.
Yeah, I mean, laundry. I mean, I have a machine, so I'm thinking like, should I go out there and film that thing now? I'm thinking about it.
It's something to do.
I mean, why would I just don't understand. Can people understand like why people want to see that? What?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done a laundry video in a really long time. I've got a couple that need to be assembled, but it's been a while. People every now and then will type a message on one of the videos like, why'd you give these up? Because I do the trail camera videos too.
Mhm.
So they see those, but they're asking about the laundry every now and then. So I have to get back to it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's people who would sit there and watch a washing machine.
Yep.
Why don't they just buy one?
I don't know. I don't want to know the answers to some of these questions. I just want them to watch it and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, I mean, look, it's not cinematic. It's just some weird thing that people watch. I
mean, it's kind of like ASMR, I guess.
I guess.
Like, look at this, blah blah blah. It's very. Look at this thing. Oh, it's a washing machine.
Yeah. I mean, when I titled the episodes, "Hey, watch my laundry," episode number whatever.
Yeah, get off my laundry. Oh my God, that's awesome. No, but I didn't know that you had a professional laundry channel.
Yeah, I have like 6 channels, most of which I don't do much with.
Mm-hmm.
So, they just sort of. I mean, who wants to brag about doing laundry and having people watch it? That's a weird flex, you know. Like, oh yeah, I have 1,000 videos where I critique stuff on the internet. What do you do? I film my laundry.
Well, I guess it depends on who watched it. So you got that going for you.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hold my beer and watch this shit, right? Yeah. People watch anything on YouTube. There's all sorts of crazy stuff out there.
Yeah. I mean, most of it is totally fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
What do you actually watch like long form YouTube stuff?
I watch a lot of documentaries.
I love that. So that's why I'm asking. Do you have any
Yeah.
good recommendations?
I recommended that one to you about the opium trade. How the British used opium to crush the Chinese.
Right. Was that the other day?
Yeah, on
Right.
Twitter. But otherwise, I watch a lot of the. There's a channel, I think it's called Odyssey. They do a lot of documentaries and Fall of Civilizations. It's a podcast. So
didn't you send that one to me? Fall of Civilizations.
Maybe. I like that one a lot. He doesn't do much.
I think maybe that's the one you sent to me because I remember you sent something to me.
Yeah. I don't remember.
I do remember you sending something, and I do remember Fall of Civilizations because I got that open in a tab.
Yeah, most of the ones I watch are like podcast stuff. Watch a lot of paranormal stuff, and there's one called Most Notorious. It's a podcast. The guy interviews true crime writers about their books, and they have some like really weird periods of history, like specific mobsters that did something that I've never heard of.
Okay. That's weird.
Yeah, but there's one called Dark Histories where they talk about like just odd events.
Yeah, I don't care about the ghost stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. Which ones do I watch? Most Notorious is probably one of the better ones because he really goes into like details about like true crime stuff. I don't know how much you like true crime.
I love true crime, as long as it's true.
Yeah. No, everybody on there has a book to show. So.
Okay, well, anyone's got that. Like, one of my favorite channels is like the Fat Electrician. You know him?
No.
Okay, he's just some guy who used to be like, I don't know, like a Marine Corps guy or whatever. And he's just talking about Army or Marine Corps stuff, blah, blah, blah. And obviously I didn't serve, but when he talks about it, it's like, oh my God, what did I miss out on? Everything is so awesome. He's got a true gift for just talking, right? I've never heard anyone who's got a better gift at just talking than this guy.
Some people are just born for that.
For sure. And he's one of them.
Oh, I have seen him before. He did the one on the cheese bunkers.
You mean the electrician?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like weird history stuff. They did a History Channel did a documentary series called Weird Weapons of War.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about the Nazis had this gun that was designed to shoot around corners. And I got hooked.
Right.
I was like, that's weird.
That's pretty much what he did too. He had the X-29. He made an entire video on the X-29.
Nice.
Have you seen that?
I haven't seen his on it, no.
But you know what it is?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. So holy shit, that was awesome.
Yeah,
I can't believe our military is that stupid. But they are.
I mean,
for you, okay, so for you guys who are listening right now, we're talking about X-29. The X-29 is a stupid weapon that the army and or whatever military developed because someone said like, okay, we can't have these M16s anymore. We need something that looks more like Starship Troopers. So the government said that, and some obviously the weapons manufacturers were like, oh my God, I'm gonna come in my pants. Everyone came in their pants, and they were like, we're going to develop something that looks like Starship Trooper. And what they came up with was the X-29, which is a half machine gun and half grenade launcher. The thing that no one thought about, though, was the fact that grenade launchers have a certain size, and if they're below that size, they're called exploding bullets. And if they're below that size that makes them exploding bullets, they are a war crime. Okay? And nobody thought to ask this. And so the military spent $300 million to develop this weapon, and then someone said, wait a minute, this is a war crime. And then they're like, oh.
Crap.
Oh. So they just had to throw it away $300 million. Buy.
You know what's sad is that's probably not the most they've spent on a weapon like that. Like the gay bomb and a dozen other stupid projects they've had over the years.
Yeah, of course. They're doing this all the time, I guess. But, oh my God, that's... This could have been prevented from day one if someone just asked, like, okay, what's the biggest size that a grenade can be if it's considered a grenade? And they're like, oh, it's this size. Oh, so we can't make it smaller? No. So we can't make XM29. Ah.
Oops.
No one did this. They just continued. Oh well. It is what it is.
Yeah, I love that weird history stuff though. That type of stuff is awesome. You ever watch Dark 5?
No. What's that?
It's kind of similar. It talks about like different military incidents, weird stuff that goes along with that. He has a channel called Dark Docs. Hold on, let me see.
The DOX?
DOCS.
Oh, okay.
Like Dark Secrets of World War II, stuff like that.
Right.
But he's got a lot of videos like that. They're like 15 to 20 minutes on average. Not in depth or anything, but they're fun.
Right. I want stuff to be like 2 hours long, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to find stuff that's that long. That's good.
Yeah, that's someone recommended the Fat Electrician to me. I asked on Twitter the other day, like, can you give me some recommendations? I'm gonna be working here today and doing some boring ass rotoscoping.
Ooh.
So someone sent me the Fat Electrician. It's like, oh my God, that's so amazing. But the problem is the further back you go into his catalog, the shorter the videos go.
Oh yeah.
And I get it. Of course they will. Like the more confidence you get, the longer videos you're gonna make. I get it. But I want more. Give me more. I don't know. He's such a good guy. I just wish he had more videos.
I think that about a lot of people on here. Like, I like their content, but they don't have enough of it.
Yeah.
That's
the way it is.
Have you ever watched Chronicle? It's one of those BBC type shows. They do a lot of documentaries. Some of them are pretty long. But
no, like, I mean, it sounds like a movie. Isn't there a movie called Chronicle?
Yeah, it's about time travel though.
Right. So you're not talking about that.
No, this is like history of the Normans, William the Conqueror, that sort of thing.
Okay. No, I don't think I've heard.
I don't know how much you're into like medieval times or anything.
I'm into anything that can just have long documentaries.
Well, here it's put a link in the side chat for one of theirs. This is just a random one I grabbed.
Right.
I like to put that on when I'm doing something and put one of their playlists on. Just kind of look at it as needed because they have a lot of historians on and they show real locations, usually in the UK. Like I learned a lot about the Tudors I know shit about them before, and I've forgotten most of it, but it was really interesting at the time.
Right. I mean, it's not really about being the greatest historian ever. It's about maybe picking something up while you're doing something important. That's the way it is for me. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm gonna retain all the knowledge from all these documentaries, but it's like not watching them, I certainly won't remember anything. So
True.
So I'm gonna watch them, and I probably won't retain most of it, but I'm gonna retain like maybe 10%, and that's better than nothing. So
Yeah.
I've learned something instead of just watching some TikTok shit. I've learned something that I might remember a little bit of.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's what I do.
I like to learn about the ancient battles and stuff like that because there's a lot of them. You have a passing. You've heard of the 100 Years' War. You've heard of War of the Roses.
Right.
I like to learn a little bit more about them and like what their motivation was, as opposed to just some dates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know too much about, the 1812 war or whatever. It's like, okay, let's hear about it. Let's see what it was all about.
Yeah, Chronicle did a really good one. It's like a 4-part thing, 4 hours or so. The 5 deadliest medieval assassins.
Okay.
That sort of thing gets my attention.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
That's a gun in Ghost Recon. It's nice Black Ops. Ghost Recon was able to utilize a forbidden weapon.
Yeah. But
Casual Criminalist does some good long form true crime. I'm not familiar with him either.
what was he called?
The Casual Criminalist.
No. Don't know him. I mean, there's so much true crime out there with, all these real channels, whatever they called, Discovery and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, do I really need to search for this on YouTube? Not really. Like, I do like true crime, but I have so much on my fucking let's call it a torrent thing. Yeah.
I understand.
I guess there's not really enough people who cares about that anymore, so whatever. I don't think you should be paying for stuff that you don't enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I don't mind supporting things that I like. I have a real problem with wasting my money on things I hate, like Joel Schumacher still owes me $5.50 for Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
And I don't care if he is dead; his estate can pay it.
There's that. But I also think that you should not pay money for stuff, even though we're in today's world, right?
Yeah.
Companies should not expect to be paid in advance.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know. I just don't watch that much stuff anymore. I used to go out to the movies all the time, and
so we were talking earlier about what we watched when we were a kid, and now watch Star Trek. And what did you watch when you were a kid?
We watched a lot of TV, because my parents both worked, so we were home alone a lot.
Right.
But of course, we watched all the anything Dad wanted to watch was what we watched. And he liked science fiction and action adventure, so we got to go see a lot of cool movies, and we got to watch like Knight Rider and Automan and Buck Rogers.
But it seems like when I said that we watched Star Trek, it seemed like you were surprised. So what were you watching when I was watching Star Trek?
I watched Star Trek as a kid, but that wasn't on as often. So we watched a lot of cartoons in the afternoon, or Saturday morning. And then I grew up near the border between Ohio and Michigan. So we could get the Michigan stations occasionally. And on Saturdays, when we were being babysat by my grandma, we could watch Italian horror films. Followed by, they aired a lot of Italian horror, shockingly, and low budget movies, that sort of thing. So I got to see a lot of black and white stuff, and then you had like the 70s horror films. I got to see a lot of those. Chopsaki Theater, where all the dubbed Asian films, Ultraman, Johnny Sacco and his flying robot.
But the Italians, they had some scary shit, though. What's that guy who's always doing the shit with the eyes? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can't pronounce his name though.
It's like some sort of Sergio Leone or something.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. But
he always liked to cut up ice.
Yeah, that's gross. Don't do that.
Yeah, but he always did that, and his movies used to get all this distraction. Everyone wanted to show his movie because it was fucking gross.
Yeah.
Remember?
You get that with like Fakari, something like that, and of course Dario Argento with like Dementia 13, and pretty much murdered his daughter in like every movie she was ever in with him.
Right. Maybe it was Dario Argento. I don't know. Whoever it was some Italian guy who always wanted to cut people's eyes out.
Yeah.
And that was a thing.
Oh yeah, they all got their weird quirks. Like they had a weird zombie obsession for a little while. So you had like a Zombie, which was a knockoff of Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, but that was a knockoff, like you say.
Yeah.
Italians used to knock off everything. They have a movie that's called Terminator 2.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've actually seen it.
I've seen it. It sucks balls in the amount that your balls would be desiccated.
I did see the Indian Bollywood version of Terminator. It's just a guy with a short hair, and he's got like a silver streak, but he's a robot. That was interesting.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I grew up with like just watching lots of movies and pretty much anything that was on TV. So, and then when I got into high school, when I was able to hang out with people, I watched a bunch of movies with my buddy Sean, and we literally rented thousands of movies from the movie rental place. That place was amazing. It's a little mom and pop shop. They had everything.
Yeah. I mean, that is something that will never happen again, going to rent a movie.
Yeah. Well, you had to actually make a decision based on limited information. You could just I mean, you could maybe ask somebody that worked there if they'd seen it or some other customer, but you were largely going by the text on the box and the few pictures that were there.
Right.
If you didn't know anything about the movie, especially like a lower budget one, or it wasn't released near you, you had nothing to work with. You were just taking a shot in the dark.
Yeah. And yet, I kind of miss those days when you can go to a shop, whatever it was, like a video store, and watch or browse through all these videos. It was part of Friday night.
Yeah.
Right?
It was part of the experience.
Part of the experience of Friday night.
Yeah. You could stumble across something. Now it's so hard to accidentally find a fun thing. You know, back then you would stumble across some movie you never heard of with some actor you recognized to be like, oh, what's this? It's a
Right.
whole new thing.
And just because the poster or the front was so cool, you'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna rent this. And usually you get fucked.
Yeah,
but sometimes it's like, oh my god, they actually gave me something good.
Yeah, for every fun film you end up with like Funny Farm.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Chevy Chase struck out again.
I have no idea what movie you're talking about, but that's good.
Oh, you're not missing anything.
Chevy Chase, I guess.
Yeah, it was in a movie called Funny Farm, and the box made it look funny. It was not.
It was not. Okay.
Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, Alpha, I've seen Svengoolie. We had regional people like that too. But Svengoolie, I mostly know Son of Svengoolie.
What's Svengoolie? What's Svengoolie?
They used to have these late night hosts like Elvira that would introduce a movie, and then partway in they'd do little sketches and stuff like that. Where I grew up, the channels we had like Dr. Shock, and he'd do the same thing. They'd tell some shitty jokes, have stupid little sketches, and they'd be basically a framing mechanism for the movie, and they'd make a reference to something that happened in the movie, and then give you some silly jokes and then move on. But yeah, Elvira and Svengoolie are two of the bigger names that would do that. There was Mummy one, too. There's been a whole bunch of them. They were all regional.
Okay.
But they were kind of fun because they were late night, overnight movies like creature features. So they'd play some old black and white, usually like a public domain movie. And to make it entertaining to modern audiences, they'd have these guys dress up in silly little outfits and do stupid jokes. And they were always on like Friday or Saturday night at like midnight or 2 a.m.
Right. So it's wait. So that's like holy shit. What are we talking about here? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh.
Are you falling asleep?
No, no, absolutely nothing like that. I'm thinking about what the fuck are they called? I'm thinking about something that I know would be like, oh, you're falling asleep, but
you saw the movie Fright Night, right?
Sorry?
You ever see the movie Fright Night with Roddy McDowell?
I think so.
Okay, he's basically like what I'm talking about. The character of Peter Vincent. He introduces the movie, and then they show the movie, and then after the commercial break, they have him up again talking about making some jokes or something. Svengoolie's still around. You could probably look him up.
Right, but I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about what I was thinking about before. But I don't know. I guess it's not going to work.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault.
Yeah, Mystery Science Theater's kind of a slightly different take on the same thing. Except they do it through the whole movie.
Yes, and that's what I do with my girl.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
That's what we do. We just watch an entire movie like that. Oh my God, it's so much fun.
Yeah, you can't do that with everyone though. So it's so nice you have a woman that will go along with that, because too many people don't get it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, most people will be like, this sucks. Fuck off. This ad, it's so bad, right? And then you're like, yeah, but if you don't understand that that's the point, then
yeah,
I guess we're done here.
Yeah, it's so hard to find somebody that'll actually and be intelligent enough to have fun with it. Some people just like, this is dumb. This is dumb. That's not funny.
No, I get it. And if you have like 230 in IQ, maybe it is dumb. But that's not the point. It's funny. It's really funny. Right?
Yeah. It is fun. Like, there's so many good movies out there, like Suburban Sasquatch, that are just underappreciated by
Suburban Sasquatch. I mean, Suburban Sasquatch is a masterpiece of bad movieism.
My favorite was going to like the video stores like Sam Goody that had the 50 packs of shitty movies. That's how I first saw Suburban Sasquatch. It's in a 50 pack. Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't see it until I was recommended basically by Red Letter Media.
Yeah, see, I hadn't heard of Red Letter Media until like 2 years ago when Monkey mentioned it to me. I'm like, what the shit is that? And I'm like, been doing this for decades, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, I used to get the 4 packs and the 50 packs of shitty movies and public domain stuff. That stuff's awesome.
Well, I did too, but I had never paid any attention to it.
Oh, there's some great stuff in there. How else would you see a classic like Silo Killer or Night Chills?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Silo Killer was great. It's about this escaped killer, but there's also another killer, and you can't really tell who's killing who unless you're really paying attention. But there's this guy in there that has a different T-shirt for everything that's going on, and it was hilarious because at one point he's like, "I don't have a shirt for this." Trust me, it's way better than I just made it sound.
Yeah, better be. Holy shit.
Yeah, but there is so much low budget nonsense out there. Dead Next Door and all these great films that are just kind of lost media now because they were out on like VHS, and a lot of them didn't survive the transition to DVD. But the ones that did, even they're getting kind of lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they survived into being a DVD, but now what?
Yeah, and people seem
nobody cares about DVD.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to take the chance on a movie they think is going to be crap, even though that could be a lot of fun to make fun of.
Yeah. So, which was your favorite Star Trek episode?
Ooh. Original series or Next Generation?
Next Generation.
Whoa. I don't know. That's a tough one. It would have to not have or minimally have Wesley Crusher in it.
Everyone hates Wesley Crusher. Come on.
Yeah.
He should be ground down into a fucking meat grinder.
Yeah, it always made me sad that he was even on the show.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I could pick just one favorite episode, because I think it changes based on, how recently I've watched certain episodes. Because I don't know, the show really picked up around season 2 for me, but I don't really remember hating any of the episodes. So I don't know. I don't know what my favorite would be. Do you have a favorite?
I guess Measure of a Man.
Yeah, it's a really good
one. I guess I would, but then again, TNG isn't my favorite series.
Yeah.
Of course, my favorite series is DS9 with Captain Sisko's motherfucking pimp hand. Captain Sisko's motherfucking pimp hand is also called the Defiant.
I was just picturing him wearing the sunglasses from Spencer for Hire when he was playing Hawk.
Yeah. And that's what he did to all the aliens ever in the show. He just showed up in his fucking Spencer glasses, and he's like, I am the motherfucking Sisko. Now move aside. No, we won't. Okay, then die. Okay?
Yeah, he didn't screw around.
He did war crimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everyone loved him for it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, wouldn't that be bad? No. That's awesome. That's awesome. He did the war crime. We all love him. That's awesome.
He won the war.
Yeah. And everyone or anyone who wants to fuck with you on that is lying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everyone loved it. Because no, but I'm a super leftist. No, you loved it too. Everyone loved it.
You loved it, but you're in denial.
No, everyone loved it. It's not like they were in denial. Everyone loved it. I promise you. They loved it. You don't remember?
I haven't seen DS9 in a long, long time.
Right.
But I did like the show. It just wasn't. I thought it was going to be kind of crappy. Like the first season was a little rough for me because I was like, well, what are they going to do with the space station? And I hated Jake for the longest time.
Right.
But yeah, that show really grew on me, but I haven't seen it in a long time. Nobody ever wants to watch that one when it comes on.
Right. Well, the thing is, Jake doesn't matter. I mean,
yeah.
Whatever. Jake was a really good character in DS9 for the one episode per season he showed up. He was not important, but when he showed up, fine, awesome. All his episodes were great. Doesn't matter. What else do we got?
I really liked Jadzia Dax on that show. I thought Terry Farrell did a really good job.
Yeah, she was great, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised she didn't have a career, actually.
Sorry?
I'm surprised she didn't have a better acting career than she did.
She didn't.
No, she didn't do a whole lot. She did like the only thing I can remember her doing is the Hellraiser movie. Like,
but that was before, right?
I don't know.
Wasn't that before?
That might have been.
I know she was in the Hellraiser movie, but I thought that was before she was in Star Trek.
Yeah, I don't remember. But I don't remember her doing a whole lot of acting after that.
Well, I mean, do you remember most of these guys doing that? I'm figuring these guys are like, I'm done. I am so done. I have made it. I've been in a Star Trek show for 7 years. Fuck this shit. I am now going to buy a house in Malibu or whatever, and that this is it, right?
Yeah, then you just hit the convention circuit a couple times a year.
Every time you want to top off your bank account, you go to the convention, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's awesome.
It doesn't even matter how big of a part you had on the show. Like, you could be like
you could be the guy that screwed in a thingy in the fucking door.
Yeah. Like I was ensign number 7 in 3 episodes. Oh my god, ensign number 7.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but if you were like Barkley, that guy's got it made still. He doesn't need to really do a lot. He'd go to conventions for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Barkley, he'd be making bank. He'd be making bank.
Yeah, because he was on, what, 3 of the shows?
Yeah, I mean, what was he?
He was on Next Generation. He did a couple episodes of Voyager.
Yeah, and then before that, he did whatever that was.
Yeah, so...
What was that? Hold on. What was that he did before?
I saw him on Next Generation, and then I think he was on
A-Team. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. How can I forget that? A-Team. He was... That's what was so weird. He was on the Enterprise, and he's like, "No, I'm this shy guy." Oh,
no, you're
okay.
insane.
But you're that guy from A-Team. No, I'm Barkley now. That was funny.
It's weird what you see people on. You see them on one show, and then they're a lot of those guys were all on different shows. Like Michael Ironside. I mean, he was in Starship Troopers and V, and you could probably connect him the same way Kevin Bacon.
I remember him from V.
I love that show.
That was a good show. It was a shame how they butchered it when they tried to reboot it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they had good actors. That's what pissed me off about it. Like, you have these quality actors and actresses, and you just totally shit all over the storyline. How do you screw up space Nazis?
Yeah, I had no idea what they were trying to do with that. Like you said, it was like space Nazis. How do you fuck that up? I have no idea, but they did.
Yeah,
they were space Nazis, for Christ's sake.
It's almost like you tried to screw that up.
Yeah,
it's not like the imagery was subtle in the original. They were very clearly space Nazis.
Yeah. Even if you see their logo, it's kind of like a swastika.
Right? Yeah, it's a little too familiar.
But it was good, and it was still very I don't know. What do you want to call it? Like it was just very subtle for the time.
Yeah, and it was original. I mean, you had lizard people and disguised as humans. That's kind of brilliant in a way.
Yeah,
that wasn't in the zeitgeist like you say reptilians now. People all think of like
I
crazy
guess
conspiracy theories.
yeah, I guess they kind of made that thing up.
Yeah,
Everything we see about that today, reptilians, blah blah blah, is from V.
yeah. You could draw it back to V or Land of the Lost, and that's pretty much where you're gonna end up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Land of the Lost, a couple of the people that wrote for the original Star Trek did episodes of that show.
What? Which original?
The
Episode
original
of Star
Star
Trek?
Trek was DC Fontana and Walter Koenig wrote an episode of Land of the Lost, and there was somebody else too whose name escapes me now. But they did episodes of Land of the Lost. I guess you took whatever job you could get back in the 70s, but
I don't know what Land of the Lost was.
it's about these this guy and his two kids, the Marshalls. And they were out canoeing, and they the earth cracked open because of an earthquake, and they fell into another dimension. And it's the Land of the Lost, where Flea stacks are the only other semi-intelligent creatures. Otherwise, there's like dinosaurs and other people get sucked in there. There was somebody got sucked in a spaceship, and a couple people from various periods of the past, and they had stories around it, basically.
Oh, so anyone could get sucked in.
Yeah, you could get sucked in.
So next week, Benjamin Franklin could get sucked in.
No, it wasn't famous people, but there was like a Civil War vet.
No, but it could happen. Right?
Yeah, it conceivably could. And there are these ancient technologies around, like these pylons that were from a race that existed that the Flea stacks are descended from, and they were super advanced. So nobody knows how the technology really works anymore. So that's always a MacGuffin that they're playing with. It was a kid's show, Sid and Marty Krofft, but it had a lot of interesting ideas.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I had an unhealthy amount of TV viewing in the late 70s and early 80s.
I had an unhealthy amount of computers when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
No, but I'm serious. Like, when I was, I don't know, 5, no, not 5, but 7. At the age of 7, I learned machine code.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't have a computer till I was almost in college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like yeah, I got my first computer. It was a old Ace Franklin when I was like 18. So,
right. I didn't care about the games. I just wanted to program. That was all I cared about.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but then when I grew up a little bit more and I was like, 16 or something, I figured out like, oh, so if you're a programmer, you're basically just a car mechanic. So then I was like, oh, I want to do something else.
It's kind of a depressing realization.
It was really depressing because I thought I was going to be like some special guy that could, I'm going to be the only one who can program. No, you're just going to be some asshole like the guy who tunes your car. Oh.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't sound nearly as fun. Makes it sound like work.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Kind of takes the sexy sheen off of it, doesn't it?
Yeah. That sucked balls.
learned a little bit of basic. I took a computer class in high school, and they just taught us how to make our name appear across the screen. That was like our final project.
I don't understand what what the thing was about that. Like I know that people did that in my school as well. Like, oh, we here's some basic stuff. You could learn how to print your name in Basic. Like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah. That was it. That was our entire. Otherwise, it was basically a typing class. Like, we learned a few if-then statements, and the rest was just general typing.
Did you learn assembly language, you fuckheads? That was always my thing.
Nope, never heard of that one. I had heard of Cobalt, and that was about as high tech as it got.
Right. Well, assembly is when you actually program the computer with machine code.
Oh no,
right?
We were the dummies. We didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the slow class. So like,
it's crazy. Why did they spend so much money on teaching people how to do like 10 print, name, return, go to 10? Like, what?
That's a good question, man. I wish I knew the answer, because having actual computer skills would have been handy.
The sad part is, if you knew how to do that in Basic, you still wouldn't have computer skills.
Yeah. Well, Basic was outdated back then, so.
Yes. It was so outdated. Oh, well.
Yeah. The technology's come a long way since then, too, so.
Yeah. Now we have AI, and we're all going to die.
Well, I mean, we are all going to die at some point. That's if you don't, then you probably have a bigger issue.
You know what I mean.
Oh, I know.
Well, I was hoping you're going to take the bait, though, but you didn't.
Nope. I know better. I also know that it's pretty unlikely AI is going to kill us. I'm more afraid of cloning, which I'm not afraid of that either.
I'm not afraid of cloning at all.
No, I'm hoping we clone big animals back. Like, bring some saber-toothed tigers back.
What about the dinosaurs?
I could give or take those, but we need big, scary animals that could actually hunt us. Like a dinosaur, a 45 will take that fucker out in a second. But a saber-toothed tiger, that thing is going to be sneaky.
You don't want dinosaurs?
I mean, they'd be okay. Maybe if we put some laser beams on them and some saddles. But until then, I don't know. It's just my fear is we'd clone it and it'd turn out to be just like a giant chicken, and nobody'd be afraid of them because it just looks like a big chicken. Like, all our skeletons are wrong. They may have the teeth, but you can't see them under the feathers and stupid shit like that.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Nobody could say, right?
Yeah.
It's impossible to say.
Although those the dinosaurs that were in the water, those things were terrifying. Like the Plesiosaurus and some of the giant whale-sized ones that had lots of teeth. The megalodons, that sort of thing would scare me more.
The only time I've seen those is in Jurassic Park, right? So I have no idea how real that is. It's just, I've seen that in that movie. That was scary. Is that real? I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I mean, some of them are probably real, but that would scare me more because that stuff hides in the water, you know?
Sure. But, that was a huge fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I have no idea if that's real. I'm sorry.
I don't know, but I don't want science making it if it's not real, and I don't want them bringing it back if it was real. Let that one stay dead.
Right. That's kind of like what's it called? The guy from Jurassic Park. The Jewish guy.
The Jeff Goldblum character?
Jeff Goldblum. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The scientists were so busy thinking about whether they could, but not whether they should. Right?
Yeah, it's the Dr. Frankenstein kind of thing.
It's a good line.
Yeah, it's very true. Like,
yes.
Hey, maybe this isn't a good idea.
For sure. And it certainly wasn't. That's the whole point of Jurassic Park. And they keep making movies about it. Like, no, well, maybe if we do it this way. No, it's still a bad idea. You should have watched the first movie.
Right? Like, you guys are too stupid to realize that a variation on a bad idea is still a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, even like Jurassic Park 2 and 3 should have probably never been made. Because it was a good movie made by Steven Spielberg, written by John Crichton, right?
Yeah,
that's a quality fucking product, but they had to fucking milk it.
Yeah,
and now they're milking it even more.
Yeah, why wouldn't some military just be like, no, we're carpet bombing that entire region until all these things are dead?
Yeah, of course they would. If this happened in reality, it's like the Marine Corps be like, shut the fuck up. We're going. We're bringing our warthogs and everything. Fuck off.
Yeah, we would shock in all that place into oblivion.
Yeah.
Because, first of all, who wants that shit coming around? I mean, Godzilla movies should have taught you not to have giant monsters roaming around.
Yep.
That's why elephants are so nice most of the time. Because they're like, well, we're pretty big, and we've seen what they do to other shit they don't like.
Yeah, never heard of that one before.
It's just a pet theory I'm working on.
So, like, elephants are cool with everything because they're like, whoa,
because they paid attention.
We're not gonna get involved with this shit.
Yeah, they're like, we had some hairy cousins called mammoths, and we saw what they did when they got pissed off. They killed all the mammoths, so we're gonna just kind of keep it cool over here. Okay.
Right. Okay. Not talking about that. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, humans. You guys are okay, right? We're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, we just got some trunks here. That's fine, right?
Yeah. Look, we'll do silly tricks.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
All right, man. It's 5 a.m. in my sphere, so I should probably head on out of here. Sorry.
No, that's of course completely understandable.
Yeah, I gotta take care of the parents tomorrow. So
yeah, of course, completely understandable. I'm very thankful for you having hung out with me this long.
Oh no, it was a good time. Thanks for the invite.
No problem.
But,
so hope you have an amazing next day, and we'll do it again as soon as any of us feel like it.
All right. Take it easy.
Right.
Good luck with the studio setup.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Cool. You too. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So since I'm the last person standing, I'm gonna head off as well. Thank you very much for showing up. And I will see you as soon as I can in the next stream or video or whatever. So thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate you.